Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Families of Kenyans allegedly recruited into the Russian army are calling on the government to intervene, saying their relatives were deceived with promises of jobs abroad. Some of the families speaking in Nairobi say they're unable to repatriate the bodies of their loved ones from Russia.
Sasa walituambia ati sasa to the amount zenye inaweza tolewa ni kutoka sisi sasa tugaramie sisi hiyo mwili irudi. Tukawauliza ni kama amount gani ama gapi. Wakatuambia it's from 6,000 to 1.5 million kurudisha mwili. Sasa mimi naomba tu serikali nisaidie. Juu sasa hata sina kitu. Niko na watoto, aliniachia watoto 4. Sina kitu.
Speaking in Nairobi, Vocal Africa CEO Hussein Khalid says the situation is a national crisis, adding they are seeking audience with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to address the matter.
In terms of moving forward in communication with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we have reached out to them for an appointment. We want to organize so that these families can actually go there as a group to meet the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We are hoping that will happen this week or very early next week.
The High Court has ordered the Directorate of Criminal Investigations to immediately return laptops and mobile phones seized from blogger Ndiangui Kinyagia. Justice Lawrence Mugambi ruled that keeping the devices beyond the allowed period was unlawful, saying the continued detention had no legal basis and amounted to an abuse of power. The devices were seized during investigations into online publications allegedly linked to Kinyagia, who runs a popular blog.
To allow this would be sanctioning impunity and disregard of the authority of the court. And from there, I will now give further directions as follows. First, second, and fourth respondent are granted 7 days to file a further affidavit to the petition. Petitioner will be at liberty to file supplementary affidavit together with the final closing submissions within 14 days from the date of service, and upon service the respondent to file submissions within 14 days from the date of service.
Residents of Manda Island in Lamu County are protesting against a proposed privately owned wildlife park, raising safety concerns. They say a foreign investor has placed a water trough near homes, which is attracting buffaloes and hyenas into the villages. The animals have been damaging crops, attacking livestock, and posing a serious threat to residents, particularly school children.
Nina stikiko kubwa sana mimi mama kwa kuona mzungu ameleta nyati, na sasa vile nyati zimefika hapa Manda ni kumaanisha watoto wetu hawatasoma, tutafunga shule, watoto wasisome.
Watoto wanaenda shule kwa maguu, na wanyama kama hawa leo hii kuna nyati wako hapa, leo kuna chui wako hapa, leo kuna hyena wako hapa, leo kuna mbwa mwitu wako hapa. Tunahofia watoto wakienda shule wataweza kuliwa na hawa wanyama.
Ugandan opposition leader Bobi Wine says security officers are monitoring his movements. The NUP leader claims operatives recently went to Busabala to check whether he had visited the area. Wine says the officers questioned local staff and even tried to recruit someone to alert them if he shows up. He also alleged that a drone was seen flying over the area the night before, suggesting aerial surveillance. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. This is Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi and 90.7 FM in Mombasa, 89.5 in Garissa. How are you doing? I'm doing quite well. Sitimuga, how are you?
I am very well, thank you.
Uliamka vyema?
Yes.
Ukaja kazini vyema?
Yes.
Naona uko mzima wa afya pia?
Yes.
Na tunashukuru Maulana.
Yes.
Lakini kuna mtu ambaye amepata pia mafua kidogo, ambaye anajulikana kama producer. Producer, tunakuombea uweze kupata nafuu, na hiyo bag wazungu wanaitanga flu ikuondokee katika jina la Yesu, amina. Naam? Openja anasema pia amepona. Hii homa yake inakujanga inaenda at will. I don't understand it. What sort of witchcraft is this? Anyway,
alikuambia wewe ndio ulikuwa humsikizi.
Yes. Alisemaje?
Alikuambia and you demonstrated it here. Alikuambia ni mwana strong.
Yeah. So akanambia mimi panachi nikwambie kitu moja mbuvu. Mimi homa kunipata mimi. Ai bwana. Mimi ile ukali na kulanga, ile chai na kunywa na ile mkate venye na vinya hivi, hakuna kitu inaweza kunipata. Kitu inaweza kunipata tu labda hata sijui ni nini. Nikasema it's okay. It's right. Sijana tuliona akifanya chill.
Believe me, sometimes it's fatigue, huh?
Yeah.
You've asked me before why it is that my weekends are uneventful.
Yes, I have.
It is the rest. In the absence of rest, the moment you're fatigued, your immune system does a thing.
Okay.
It's kidogo starts cascading downwards. When your immune system starts cascading downwards, my friend, it is very easy for you to fall sick.
True.
Rest helps raise that particular immune profile. Okay? So I give high value to it.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, there'll be something that requires my attention beyond the hours I'm used to.
Yeah.
Rest or taking a nap. But that's once in a while. But to wear myself out, or to wear myself thin,
kidogo itakuwa tricky.
No. Because if you begin your Monday badly,
yes,
chief, the rest of that week is in the doldrums.
Inakuanga fogodhore.
Yeah, kabisa. And the thing is, it's not just the week.
Yeah.
You will throw in the weekend, something. You'll suddenly find that you've had a couple of weeks or a month terrible. And it all began with you not having rested adequately.
Yes.
Because if you don't rest adequately, you also don't have a clear mind. Yes.
That's true. I agree. Fatigue has actually, sometimes it presents itself with symptoms that are similar to certain illnesses.
It will.
Yeah. Body aches, muscle aches, joint aches, headaches, sometimes even dizziness, drowsiness.
Oh, yes.
You might actually think that you're coming down with something.
But you're fatigued.
No, in the hospital, because I've been there. I've been fatigued before. You think you're coming down with something, you go to the hospital, they do all manner of tests.
Bro,
what exactly is it that you do? Nawambia, this is what I do. I'm a truck driver. Anakwambia, how many hours in a day do you sleep? Maybe kienda sana 4 hours. Mostly anakwambia hapo sasa ndio shida iko.
Yes.
Na anakuandikia barua anakwambia, my friend, take a week off. Just go relax. Reset,
recharge.
Yes. I've also seen in your blood profile kidogo you're lacking some nutrients here and there. Yeah, so please go stack some fruits into that body. Unakaa hivyo baada ya siku 2-3 unaanza kusikia ala niko sawa.
You actually feel so different. Amazingly.
Yes.
And that feeling you had before, you are convinced you're unwell.
Yes.
You have an infection, something's wrong. And indeed, something was wrong. You're fatigued.
Sometimes even diet. And I came to discover later in life that sometimes even diet can affect how you feel at a certain time.
Yes, it plays a role. Do you know there are times what you're suffering from is actually hunger? But you don't know it because you're probably not feeling hungry particularly.
Yes.
But you're feeling off. Slightly woozy, a little irritable, not quite. And all that is happening is that you're hungry.
Yes.
Yes.
Or sometimes you're just deficient in a particular nutrient. Because, there are some people who have this routine, namkanga, unaenda pale kwa ule mama wa mandazi hapo asubuhi, you take a couple of them with chapati, unakunywa chai, then lunchtime, you eat the same foods over and over because that is what is available perhaps where you work or where you live. Only for you to go to hospital and then you're told, do you take fruits? And then you tell the doctor, I hardly. Why? Hey, hata huko kwetu sijui malizi inauzwa, anaanza kukwambia take fruits because you're deficient in this mineral, you're deficient in this, you're deficient in this, and then you ask, do you take fish? The last time I do, you are lacking omega G3. You asked, do you take these kinds of foods, and you're like, guy, the last time I ate that food, you see, the reason why you're feeling like A, B, C, D is because you're lacking X, Y, Z. So yeah, it could be all about diet, but also just take time, relax. Yeah, today is the 28th day of January, also the 28th day of 2026. Let me tell you what is significant about today. In 1986, the Space Shuttle Challenger broke apart 73 seconds into its flight, killing all 7 crew members. I remember this one.
It actually blew up in the air.
Yes, it took off and they were happy. NASA was like, and we have liftoff. And then a minute later, everything just blew up, and they I remember, because even CNN at the time, CNN, they have a documentary on YouTube. You can go check it out, where they are showing exactly what they did during that particular disaster, how they gathered news, how they ensured they covered it with as much as it was an emotional moment, how they ensured professionalism throughout the entire process. Yeah, so that disaster was quite a devastating one, and especially for the reporters who were reporting it, some of them very young, never seen such a disaster before, and they had to cover it.
It traumatized them.
Yes, it did traumatize them. 1986, Space Shuttle Challenger broke apart 73 seconds into its flight, killing all 7 crew members.
Did they say what it is that caused that particular problem? They must know. Among those who were in that Challenger was a teacher, I remember.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. You want to use that microphone?
It helps, doesn't it?
It does help.
Yeah. I do recall there was somebody who was a teacher in that particular group of individuals who were there. Not everybody. There was an astronaut. Yes.
Okay. A teacher who became an astronaut?
No. It was a very unique flight. It wasn't just one of these where you are professionals flying.
Yes. Okay.
So my question is, did they ever find out what it is that caused that particular blow up?
I'm not sure if this is what happened to the Challenger, but there's one specific one that occurred, a disaster that occurred. And the reason it occurred is because one of the doors jammed to open.
Oh, dear.
Yes, and they had to redesign the whole thing to ensure that you can actually open from the inside. Because initially, how these shuttles had been designed is that it can only be opened from the outside. And yes, imagine. Some of these things, they were overlooked during design because they never envisioned a time that a space shuttle could actually catch fire and people inside would burn alive. So they had to redesign the door to ensure that it can be opened from the inside. So that means the astronauts themselves can actually save themselves in case of an eventuality. But these things, they land pole pole. You remember the Apollo missions to the moon? Yes, one of them, oxygen, I don't know, it leaked or it exploded from one of the capsules or one of the chambers.
Oxygen.
Yes, a place where they had kept oxygen, and it literally made the space shuttle to spiral. And because of that, they learned a couple of things as to where perhaps you should position these particular chambers, so that in case of certain eventuality, you don't have much damage to the shuttle, and of course, you minimize the risk of loss of life.
So essentially, when they say it is flight ready, what they're saying is, in as far as we can humanly predict or understand.
Yes.
But nobody ever says that actually there are things we are not very sure about.
Right.
Yes.
When you actually think about space travel, to some extent, it's mind-boggling. Why? Because not only is the Earth rotating around its axis, but it's also revolving around the sun at a speed of 250 kilometers per second. So for people to actually...
How do you measure this 250 kilometers per second?
Do we call NASA?
Okay, let's not call...
Because I'm not the one who did that calculation.
For now,
yes.
Let's not call NASA.
Yes.
Let's just continue.
Do you know the speed at which we revolve?
We orbit around.
We rotate around our axis.
Our axis.
Yes, the Earth's axis. Let me just help you out.
24 miles per day. That's why
You know what?
That's why we have 24 hours.
I'll give you E for effort. But no, it's not.
Well, why are you laughing so hard?
Let me tell you. It's actually 1,100 kilometers per second.
Who came up with that figure?
Bro, you know what? You can go check it out.
No.
Someone siti mtu alicalculate bana.
Nani?
Mimi ninakaa kama mimi physicist.
Wewe ndio ulisoma those things ambazo zinadili na science.
Niulize stories zingine lakini si hizo. Kitu naweza kukwambia ni 1,100 kilometers per second.
Kuna kitu.
So let me put it into perspective. If right now the earth were to stop suddenly, suddenly like iseme high rotate, and this is of course hypothetically thinking,
why is it hypothetical?
Because it will never stop. It can't stop right now today at the very least. Today on the 20th,
gravitational pull.
Bro, in space fact.
There are reasons behind it. That's what I'm really getting at. I'm not saying what you're saying is not true.
Right.
I'm simply saying that when you say something like 11,000 kilometers, how many it is? 11 million?
1,100 kilometers per hour.
1,100 kilometers per hour.
It's 1,100 basically.
1,100 kilometers
per hour. So if that thing were to stop,
that's the
speed of the rotation around its axis.
No. 1,100 kilometers.
No.
Every hour.
No. 1,100. So
1,100 is 1,100.
Si ndio nakwambia?
Yes.
Unasema nini city?
So the speed it travels at is 1,100 kilometers per hour.
Yes. Let's round it off. 1,000. 1,000.
No, I've got the speed.
Yes.
Right now, the Chinese are actually experimenting on a train that can do that.
Yes. They've currently hit about 700 kilometers per hour.
Yeah. So that I understand.
Yes.
Why I asked the question, how we arrive at it is,
yes,
someone listening would like to understand and know, okay, we are rotating on our axis. It's called our axis, okay? An axis, in this case, is this invisible point on which we sort of like pivot as we go around.
What creates night and day? What brings about night and day?
Yeah, that one's in the sun, the moon, the mahali tunaenda na vitu kama hizo. Yes, see hiyo basi. So your speed, that one I can understand.
Yes.
The other one,
kidogo mind-boggling. So the reason nilikuwa na kushow hiyo ni kukwambia, if the earth were to stop rotating on its axis like suddenly,
yes,
you'd be flung westward at that same kilometers per hour.
But it is not possible for it to stop suddenly.
Of course it is not possible. But, this is just
because
putting out a theory.
Whatever forces enable it for it to rotate,
yes,
will suddenly not disappear.
Right.
Unless there's something I don't understand. It will grind to a halt, but it will be what?
Yes. It's like if you are on a mkokoteni that was moving at 1,000 kilometers per hour, and then that mkokoteni suddenly stops, you will be flung from that mkokoteni at that same speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour. Now imagine hitting a wall at 1,000 kilometers per hour.
You'll be a projectile. Once you hit that wall, you stop being a projectile.
Yes. You will become plaster.
You become very many pieces of a human being.
So I would put that thing that we call methali.
The proverb. We are in the Republic of Malawi.
Watu wa Malawi wanasema vipi?
The person in law of lightning,
yes,
is not afraid of thunder.
The person?
In law. In law.
Yes, like related to
Semeji.
Yes, Semeji, you are lightning.
Yes. Is not afraid of thunder.
Okay. Yes. Because thunder precedes lightning.
Do you know the Luanization of the word Semeji?
Yes.
What is it?
Si Semeji ni Inglo.
Yes, but the word Shemeji.
Yes, si Shemeji mnakuanga na sida ya H. So inatokanga kama Semeji.
Okay, that is when we are speaking Kiswahili.
Right.
But when we are speaking Luo, Omejo.
Omejo?
Yes.
It's actually Omejo.
I am telling you.
So it was Luonized.
That's why. Bro.
So my Luo Omejos, mko namna gani? Iti hiyo lugha yenu bwana. But it's a beautiful language. Yeah. So the in-law of lightning is not afraid of thunder.
No.
Okay.
Unajuana?
Because they move along.
Yeah, wako.
They come together.
Let me ask you a question.
Ask.
Are in-laws relatives?
Yes, they are relatives.
Who says?
In-laws, your in-laws are your relatives.
No, they are not.
Why?
You can marry an in-law.
Yeah.
You don't marry relatives.
You know what? Let's check out this. But you know what? Even when you're filling out forms, you ask, how are you related to this person, for example? You'd say, this is my in-law. This is my sister-in-law, my brother-in-law, my mother-in-law.
That's a Mzungu concept.
Okay.
Yes.
The
in-laws is not a Mzungu concept. But the reasoning behind it.
Yes. Is a Mzungu concept.
Relationships are people who ordinarily you are tied to by blood. Now, that association is what brings the term relationship. Relation. I am related. I relate to this person in this way.
Okay.
Yes.
But how are you related to your wife, for example? She's your spouse.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, so she's your relative.
No, my wife is not my relative.
To have your argument, Goja tu.
Yes.
Why don't you check out radiogeneration.co.ke and let us go together in checking out some of the trending top stories that have been making headlines in the last couple of hours. For example, former JSE Vice Chair raises alarm over Isaac Ruto's political links. What is this all about? Tanya Wanjiku ametupatia the full lowdown. Concerns have emerged over the involvement of Judicial Service Commission Vice Chair Isaac Ruto in political activities, with former Vice Chair Macharia Njeru warning that such conduct could compromise the independence of the judiciary. And I agree. Now, in a letter to Chief Justice Martha Koome, Njeru said that he had seen reports and images showing Ruto attending meetings of the UDA party, including the party's National Governing Council gathering at State House. Njeru said that the alleged participation undermines public confidence in the judicial system, emphasizing that political neutrality is central to the credibility of the courts. JSC is one of those independent constitutional institutions.
Yes.
Right? So there's a picture here of former Governor Isaac Ruto, who is now Vice Chair of the Judicial Service Commission. I don't know how recent it is, but he is in UDA colors. He's even wearing their kofia, even wearing their scarf. Sasa, if it is a recent one, especially after he was appointed to that particular office of Vice Chair, kidogo si ni tricky mtu wangu?
No.
Ni tricky?
No.
It is tricky.
The trickiness, if indeed there is such a thing, is that picture with him donning the UDA. All the other members of the Judicial Service Commission probably are affiliated to some political party or the other.
It's okay to be affiliated.
But they do not go around wearing the colors of those parties, do they?
You see, and let me just...
Is he a member of UDA?
Clearly he is.
No. Is he a ranking member of the UDA party? Meaning, is he a secretary general somewhere? Is he a chairman somewhere? Is he a delegate somewhere? Anyway, go ahead. What is Njeru saying?
Yeah, so Njeru amesema hivi, it is unprecedented for a serving JSC commissioner to openly associate and actively engage in the activities of a political party while still in office.
Hapo amesema.
Njeru wrote. He added that such actions flies in the face of the express provisions of the Constitution, the Leadership and Integrity Act, and the applicable codes of conduct.
He's right. The neutrality that they're supposed to have goes out of the window. Yes, you see, it's the display, not the membership. Not the membership.
Yeah.
No. Because if that were the case, then we would extend it beyond politics and ask, what is your religious affiliation?
No, but you see...
No. It's the same. If I am a strong believer in a certain denomination and we have certain innate beliefs, like we are against, say, vaccination.
Yes.
Okay? And I speak against vaccination. And I'm in the JSC. And before me is a judge who is slated to become a judge of the Court of Appeal. And I know this judge is a pro-lifer. I know this judge is a pro-vaccination. I already have a bias. Okay? So, should that prevent me from actually performing my duties? I'm simply trying to say that if you take this argument to its logical conclusion, no matter how you look at it, it is not the membership, it is not your feeling, it is not your belief, it is the outward manifestation of it. And more so when it comes to a political party, we consider it to be far more adverse.
You see, it's not a crime to belong to a party in this country, as far as I'm concerned. So, and at the end of the day, even people who are appointed into government offices, majority of them came from a party. We know PSs who, because of losing in the positions they were vying for, are appointed. We also know of people who are CSs, who are either former governors or were picked from their positions as senators and they were put there. So it's okay to belong to a political party. Lakini sasa ukishapatwa ile nafasi unabadilika. Ni kama ukishakuwa ukioa ama ukiolewa, kuna tabia fulani unawacha.
If I'm appointed a judge and I have a law firm,
yes,
I have actually to recuse myself from that particular participation, and every interest I have, I have to abrogate.
Yes, and I think I don't know which lawyer told us that even for a certain number of years, or I think it's years, you cannot adjudicate on cases that are brought to you from that law firm.
No, you cannot.
Yeah,
because what is already implied is a bias.
So hapa kidogo inakuwa tricky, mtu wangu.
It does come tricky. It does become very tricky indeed.
Yeah. So let's see how that will pan out. We hope that indeed they shall change their ways.
Hopefully.
Wetangula warns 56% of MPs may lose seats in next election. How did he come to that number of 56%? Let me just read it raka. So, National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has cautioned lawmakers that most of them may not secure a place in the next parliament, pointing to a high turnover rate highlighted in a recent actuarial report. Now, the report presented during a parliamentary pensions committee meeting he chaired shows that on average 56% of sitting MPs are expected to leave office after the next general election. The speaker explained that the statistics indicate a large number of current members of parliament will likely lose their seats, underlining the unpredictable nature of political careers. Wetangula stressed that that it is vital to put measures in place to support former lawmakers, ensuring they can sustain themselves after leaving public office. So why will they lose? Wetangula reminded legislators of their constitutional responsibility over public finances, noting that they hold the power of the purse. He urged members to carefully examine the estimates and numerical adjustments during budget deliberations, ensuring that budget figures accurately reflect policy priorities.
Really? Oh.
So why will they lose seats? That's what I don't understand. Will they lose seats because Kenyans don't want them?
I think he has a crystal ball, that he refers to,
or
once in a while.
Or he's just saying, statistically speaking, with every general election, we have seen that there's an average of 56% of you who will never come back to this house.
Or has he left it to us to figure out what he means by 56%?
But 56, this is literally half the members in that house.
The turnover is higher than that. Yes. It's higher.
Yeah.
It's around 75%. Man, we chuck out people.
Like in CTPI, it's because some of them transition to other positions. For example, some will transition to governor. Others will transition to Senate.
Even if they do, the governor's positions are 47. It can't be that big a dent.
Like we know, my MP from Kitui, Honorable Daktari Makali, he wants to become a governor. So next general election, chances are if he wins that seat, he's not going to be in parliament. Actually, if he decides to go for governor, whether he wins or loses, he's not going to be the MP for that Kitui Central anymore.
Yes, those are the details of what actually happens. But the attrition that comes about as a result of you not being elected is very high. Yes. Very, very, very high. That's why it is very difficult to find a two-term MP. Sequentially. One and then another. Some are two-term. You get in once, you're kicked out, you go in back again later. Same with governors. There are governors who, the first term, when we opened up that particular space, they were indeed governors. Second term, out. Then they are now back in. Yes.
There are some people I won't mention, but I'm really waiting to see how they will fare next year.
In the gubernatorial races?
Not gubernatorial. MPs. especially those ones who were very vocal during the anti-finance bill of last year but one of 2024.
They were vocal against the bill.
Against and for. Those who were against and those who were for. Nataka kuona kama Wakenya, nataka kujua akili za Wakenya ziko wapi.
Well, part of it also depends on who they're going to be standing against. Yes. And the party on which they're also going to stand.
Yeah.
Because with the demise of Raila Odinga, ODM is going to lose ground.
Okay. You've spoken with such finality. What is it you know we don't?
I know because I saw what happened with KANU when President Daniel Arap Moi ceased to be president. Then I saw what happened when he passed. He was the last strong member of KANU. Uhuru Kenyatta took over from him and Uhuru Kenyatta left. So when the person with whom the party is associated, if we didn't have a single party state and Jomo Kenyatta had died, KANU would have disintegrated, or KANU would have been a fairly diminished form of its of its former self. But because Moi took over and he was president, and we had a single party state until 1992, okay, then again KANU was strengthened, and KANU had its tentacles literally all over the country. Literally. Okay. It's a sleeping giant in many, many ways. But in terms of its power and representation, it is much diminished.
Yeah.
There are parties whose founder and people who gave it life, who breathed life into it, like the Democratic Party, the DP. DP, so long as Kibaki was heading it and all the stalwarts like Njan Karume were behind it, it made sense.
Okay.
But the moment they got into NAC and other associations, DP became diminished. Charles Ningilo had a party called Social Democratic Party.
SDP.
So it had representation across the country. There are people from spotted all over the place. Who got tickets to parliament through that particular party. Okay. Somewhere along the line after that election and with the mergers that took place, that party was diminished. If Kalonzo Musyoka ceased to be chairman or party leader of Wiper, Wiper will go through changes. If William Ruto, right now as we speak, stops being party leader, it will go through changes. ODM doesn't have a choice but to go through changes because the leader for the longest time and the founder, Raila Odinga, is no more. So it will go through changes. It's not it doesn't require crystal ball. No.
Okay.
Because essentially I'm saying the glue that held these parties together, once the glue isn't there, there'll be some shake-up. There'll be some realignments. Yes.
Wacha tuone.
Yes.
Tutaona, sivyo?
Yes.
Haya, sawa. Let's check out what is happening on the roads of Nairobi as far as your traffic situation is concerned.
Traffic.
All right. I'm having a look at this thing we call the map of Nairobi. Kilimani area, hamna shida yote. Traffic seems to be moving fairly well, apart from Karandini Road, hapo sehemu ya the Junction Mall. There's a little bit of traffic there, especially if you're coming from sehemu za Ngong. Lakini fairly good as far as the rest of the road is concerned. Agwings Kudik, hamna shida yote. Kibra, mko sawa. Kibra Drive, naona hamna shida yote. Raila Odinga Way, aka Mbagathi Way, inakaa iko fiti sana, hamna shida yoyote. Southlands, kuna wapi huku? Oh yeah, so this is Southern Bypass. Things are looking good actually on that particular road. Not a single line, not red, not yellow, not blue, nothing, green. Basically that means there's traffic and that traffic is moving quite well. Then let's check out Kamkunji katika CBD. This place is bumper to bumper this morning. That means that all the hustlers have poured into Nairobi, ready to make a buck or two. Muranga Road as well, looking clean at this particular hour. Go Road, usual spot Makadara, but everything else is fantastic. Manyanja Road pia inakaa kama shikamana. Outer Ring Road iko clean today. Not a single spot of traffic to complain about, which is a good thing. Lakini sasa tukifika pale panaitwa Thika Super Highway, if you're coming from Garden City, that place is really jam-packed at this hour, especially hapo kwa hiyo stage ya Garden City. My goodness, it looks like you guys are jam-packed, not moving at all. So perhaps seek alternative routes, especially on the main highway. That's where you guys will definitely move. Utalii uko sehemu za survey, heading all the way to Pangani, bumper to bumper at this particular hour. Kangundo Road, no complaints coming through, which is a good thing, because I know a lot of traffic from this area. A lot of Kenyans coming to the CBD, others going to Thika and so on and so forth. So you guys are moving quite well this morning. I'm looking at Mombasa Road as well. No complaints whatsoever. If I zoom out to Garissa, hiyo barabara yote iko tu sawa. I like this Ngamia Lane city. And I call it Ngamia Lane because it's actually written Ngamia Lane.
It is called Ngamia.
Ngamia Lane, yeah. Yes. Ngamia Lane iko sawa. That's the only road that is of significance that I can mention at this hour. Naangalia Mombasa, Mombaje, habari asubuhi. Nyinyi mko sawa, hamna shida zozote. Hakuna complaints. Naona kule Mbaraki mko sawa. Mzimile ama ni Mzimle?
Mzima.
Okay, sawa. Hiyo iko sawa. Kizingo kule Nyali, hii ni Nyali what? Nyali Road, Nyali Bridge, Nyali what? Yeah, iko sawa. Margaret Avenue, Pony Road, pale Mamangina Drive, naona hamna shida yote. Hatimi Taliani, kila kitu kiko sawa. Mvita Road sawa pia. Al Yusra, no, that's a hotel, but the road is known as Nkuruma Road, is looking A-okay. If you see anything you think I should know, holla at a brother.
On Radio Generation.
Oh my goodness, that Ngamia Lane kills me every time I look at it. Salam zimfikia Don Sabwa. Don Sabwa, your message is cut halfway. I really can't see. But I think you're asking me to ask City, what determines Kenya when it comes to a non-utilization?
Someone to as it is written.
I can't see part of the message, but I know it's from Don Sabwa, okay, because I saw it and then it imeenda juu. Now I'm trying to scroll it down. I really can't get to it. But Don Sabwa, thank you so much for your message. Tupac Shakur anasema hamjambo. Tupac, hatujambo. Dr. Jose Koech tuning from South Carolina. Paul, it's true. Poor diet affects your daily energy big time. Yes, daktari. Thank you for that. John Mutua anasema niko hapa. Huyu anatusikiza kutoka Doha. John Mutua, asante sana. Dr. Jose actually has told us that it took the blast in 1986 and many more tests for Elon Musk to make SpaceX successful. Yes, daktari, you're right. Michael Olanda anasema good mornings to you all from 1,000 Hills. Watu wa Chigali, mko namna gani? Polite Tall Guy, good morning from Nakuru. You're watching. Thank you so much, my brother. My Take 2.0 amesema, I've come to realize Babu and Sifuna really miscalculated their politics. They should have taken notes early from one Mwenje, that is MP for Embakasi West, and Sakaja on city survival tactics in city politics.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I guess we'll find out soon enough, right? Mm-hmm. Asingo Brian anasema jambo, how are you? Good morning and have a good day, my neighbors. Asingo Brian, asante sana, my brother. All right, let's check out what's on the papers this morning, and I'll start with the Standard. City uko na gani nisome zote?
Sita.
Uko na the store. Haya, so the Standard unasema hivi, no longer in charge. That's a question. Lost control is the point they're trying to make here. They're saying, once again, the National Police Service finds itself at the center of a scandal, accused of escorting hired thugs to disrupt worship in Othaya. As public outrage grows, arrests remain elusive and promised disciplinary action has failed to materialize, deepening suspicion of institutional paralysis or complicity. From the chain of command to the silence of senior officers, the incident has reignited fears that rogue elements within the service operate with impunity. DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua amesema hivi, the police officers John Maina, Elias Birash and Peter Wanaina Kabuga, attached to Muranga woman representative Betty Maina, commanded police officers and goons led by Ambrose Manyeki from Muranga. And then we have Mushiri Nyaga, who is the police spokesperson, saying, we are providing support to the independent body just as we are in the Witima Church case. These are incidents that must be conclusively dealt with. The Internal Affairs Unit is working jointly with IPOA. All I can say from them, or rather for them, to them, is sinipoa tu. 11 billion shillings looted from Shah. They're also saying that there's some 75 billion, that is the amount paid to the Social Health Insurance Fund in the past 14 months. This is on the Daily Nation, So they're saying that if you open page 4, you'll see that the Social Health Authority lost 11 billion to fraud between October 2024 and April 2025, with private hospitals submitting the bulk of fake claims, a Ministry of Health audit has revealed. Our story is on page 4. And then another sad story here. Murdered tutor had survived another Al-Shabaab attack. So 2 years ago, Stephen Musili, a teacher at Hulugo Primary School in Garissa County, escaped by the skin of his teeth a raid by suspected Al-Shabaab terrorists. The attackers also left a chilling warning they would return. On Sunday, the father of 2 was shot dead by attackers at his rented house in Hulugo. This story is on page 3. So this teacher was 35 years old, and he had been employed on permanent and pensionable terms for a year before his killing on Sunday. Why there won't be new electoral units for 2027 polls? Next year's elections will rely on the electoral map drawn 14 years ago, a move that shortchanges communities on representation and resource allocation, with the poll agency citing lawsuits for the delay. This story is on page 5. Why there won't be new electoral units for the 2027 polls. Okay. On page 12, femicide crisis.
This matter is going to go to court. And it's going to create a fuss.
Yeah. Femicide crisis, how farming cycles, school terms, and public transport fuel vice. This story is on page 12 of the Daily Nation. Now, going back to this teacher who was murdered in Hulugo, I don't know, this is in Garissa County. I have a relative who once worked in the north, in Mandera to be specific. And this person was a medical personnel. And he witnessed the murder of a colleague. How it happened is this suspected terrorist attacked the medical center where he was working, and they came specifically for this particular individual that they murdered. So what happened was, it was just a normal working day. Around midday, they were actually getting ready for lunch, and then folks with guns and masks just stormed into this particular clinic or medical center and just asked for this person by name. So they asked, for example, let's say...
They asked for CT Muga.
Yeah, they asked, okay, we keep on asking for CT. Today, let's ask for Kevin. So they walked in and asked for Kevin. And Kevin identified himself. No questions asked after that. They just pelted him with bullets several times. Now, this relative of mine, he literally had to jump through an open window and then baka aliacha viatu because he was in slippers, because the place is really hot, so he was in sandals of sorts, in open shoes. Akatoa hizo viatu na akatoka mbio. Called my mom and told maadhe niaje tuma kakitu huku maliniko kubaya. And he hid until darkness fell, took a bus, the next available bus, came back to Nairobi. He left everything back in Mandera. Everything that he owned. The only thing that he left with were his clothes. Hata simu, juu alikuwa ameweka simu kwa meza venye unaweza hata simu kwa meza. Hiyo aliacha. So mali alienda akajificha. He was actually given refuge by a resident of the area because of what that person witnessed. Akamwambia kuja jificha hapa. So the guy hid in that particular position until darkness, called, asked for money. I'm actually the person who sent that money because where my mother was, she couldn't. So she told me, I will send this money to this person. And I sent that money to that person. That person took the next available bus. Na alitoka na slippers za huyo mtu mwenye alimpatia cover. Alimpatia tu slippers, akasema, you know what, hata staki story mingi. I just let me go back to Nairobi. And that's how that person survived that attack. Crazy stories coming from that area.
You know what is strange? Yet there are people who I know, most of their working life they worked in the northern part of northeastern part of Kenya with no incident whatsoever. The radicalization of the Islamic faith that is represented by groups like ISIS and Al-Shabaab is what can actually be said to have brought about what you've just described. But even as I say that, I have to add that whenever there is a policy documented and followed, and by that policy an entire community is marginalized in the worst way possible, treated like second-class citizens in the worst way possible, rights that are due to you as a citizen of that country are denied you in every way possible, you have to ask, what do you think you are breeding? You are guaranteeing that the one thing that will be sacrificed at that altar of discrimination is patriotism. They will look for an alternative place where they can align to and where they can pay allegiance. Let me give the example and ask why it is you think that the crime that we see is escalated by people affiliated in them. Why do you think the Mungiki group, for instance, grew? All the other gangs that we had come, Jeshi, God knows what, why do you think they grow and gain momentum? Because where you have a situation where, again, courtesy of neglect, law and order diminishes, a vacuum is created and somebody fills that gap. Because what do you think they're providing? They're providing order.
Yes.
They were actually, when you call it organized crime, they were providing the services the state was supposed to provide. And the people said, we are actually being taken care of. There are things we have to be careful about. And one of them is disenfranchising a very large portion of the population of that country. They are among us, they are with us, they know us, and when they turn against us, we are helpless because they know us as well. They know what to do, they know when to strike, they know how to harm us. In any community where people live in this city and in the environs, people who come to steal from you are people who know you. Or people who know about you. Somebody who doesn't know who you are, what you do, what is in your house, will not. What are they coming to steal? They have to know what they're coming to steal.
Yes.
I remember I once had a neighbor who was constantly being robbed until I had to ask. I, who never bothers to ask, what does this person do?
Yeah. He was robbed. He was constantly being robbed.
Well, it's a gated community. How somebody even enters. There are 40 units in that space. And it's his house that they go to. I had to ask, what does this person do?
Kuna kitu iko kwa hiyo nyumba yenye.
I mean, and these people.
Nyinyi hamujui. Yes.
I couldn't ask the watchman because when things report to the police, they're the first people who are arrested.
Yes.
But over time I asked, what happened? And I was told, the people who normally attack such people are people they do business with.
Yes.
And something has gone wrong. There are those who are my neighbors who thought that particular house was cursed. I said, what do you mean? Because somebody else came in there. He didn't stay more than 3 months.
Akatoka kahama.
He was also robbed. I asked Kwani, people who stay in this unit, what is it? Watchmen are normally the first to be taken in.
Yes.
Because they are the ones who allow people in.
Yeah.
And part of the reason why they are rarely changed is because so that they can know who lives in these units. Okay? And it's never one person. They're usually two. In some cases, 3. Now imagine an entire community that is disenfranchised.
Noma city, noma.
Sinishida?
Noma. Mi nakwambia noma. Tupatie the Star.
The Star has very interesting headlines today, but let me start with the Business Daily.
Okay.
Since you're in the Daily Nation. They are talking about real estate. House prices rise faster since 2015 as land slows, meaning the cost of land is slowing. Not that it has diminished, it's just slowing. Now, whereas the price of houses are rising. Now, the details should be which sector. Because the rise of prices or in rental income or rental houses or the houses for purchase would arise from just a simple loss of supply and demand. If the demand for houses has risen and the supply isn't meeting the demand, then whatever is available will be costly.
Yeah.
Isn't it? So which sector? Are there sectors in the economy where, in reality, houses are still affordable? The answer would be yes. This is where metropolis comes in handy, because if you have good transportation,
yes,
you don't have to live anywhere within the CBD or the environs therein. You can live, for instance, where you live and even beyond, and you can easily come into town every day.
Yes.
That way, you actually help decongest the city. Right. Del Monte's deal with sister firms triggers a 6.76 tax war. All right.
Del Monte what?
There's a deal they have with a sister firm, all right? And inaonekana kwamba kuna deni hapo,
yes,
ambayo inatajwa na hiyo sasa imeleta Kiswahili.
Okay, imeleta kizungumkuti.
Yes.
Right.
Let me explain it in detail. In the Finance Bill 2025, the government introduced Advanced Pricing Agreement APA framework, allowing companies and the KRA to agree in advance on transferring methods for complex related party transactions. Okay? Now, this is something that Del Monte, unfortunately, is having to deal with, and they've taken this matter to Tax Appeals Tribunal. Okay? Lakini sasa kama mnafanya biashara na kuna deni, kila mtu alipe yake.
Kila mtu alipe madeni zake.
All right. Treasury's CBK overdraft drops amid debt pressure. Let me explain. The Central Bank of Kenya is the banker for the government. And by government, I mean the ministries within government. Central Bank of Kenya is also the banker for other banks.
Yes.
Okay? And if you're talking about an overdraft and you're a bank, the CBK can afford you that facility. You may need some money to conduct some businesses, and the CBK, since they're your bankers, they may do that. So when they say the overdraft drops, okay, two things could be implied here. Either the value of the overdraft or the amount that you can be allowed to receive has gone down, that is one, or it could simply mean that the money that they have available isn't quite what it is.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, or lastly, and this is what they were meaning, that the balance that they have, okay, meaning this is what you can actually use, okay, it has gone down from, let me read it for you. The government's reliance on emergency borrowing from the CBK eased in mid-January after the Treasury cut its overdraft balance to 6.97 billion last week, drawn from 6.36 billion the previous week. So if it was 67 billion, na imeshuka to 6, can you see the drop? Bro, kuna ka 60 hapo ulikuwa unaweza kuchukua, sasa huwezi.
Just like that.
Just like that. Well, actually, so wenye pesa mzee. So if you think it's a bad thing, well, just keep thinking.
Kasikia vibaya huko kwenu.
Alright, kwanza itakusaidia sana. Why KRA can come knocking after withholding tax? Okay? So one fine morning, you walk into the office, open your email, and are confronted with a message from KRA informing you that you conducted some business and now you owe tax on it, right? Withholding tax,
yes,
is normally 15%?
5%, and this one is for independent contractors.
Yes. So, like you and I.
Independent contractors, yes. A lot of folks actually... a lot of employers are actually considering going that route because of serious taxation issues that they have.
They'd better understand it fully. They'd better understand it and understand that an income is an income. All right? Just because you are an independent contractor, it does not mean that your income cannot be subjected to other taxes. That's the thing you must. Don't think that that's a loophole that you're going to sort of like squeeze through and suddenly you don't have to pay.
Taxes.
You have to declare it, and yes, KRA is very clear on what you should pay.
Yes,
but the withholding tax is what the person you work with takes from your pay.
Yes, and they give it to
And they should remit it.
Then you, as the person who's been paid, also there's a tax
that you need to go
nani pia withholding taxes inakuanga tofauti depending on the industry, eh? For example, the creative economy, creative artists, whatever.
You mlipewa bypass,
sasa yao ni 5%, but there's another team. I'm forgetting which one, because I remember reading it in part of the KRA taxation, whatever. Kuna watu wengine wanalipa 10% na kuna wengine wanalipa 15% withholding tax, so it depends in the industry that you're in. Yeah, tutaleta mtu wa taxation hapa atueleze vizuri, I break it down for us, ndio watu pia wenye wanapokea ama wanalipa withholding tax wajue, so nimekatwa na mdosi wangu hii pesa, mimi ninafaa kulipa nini? Sawa. Right. Umemaliza gazeti zote?
Nataka niangalie the Star. Lawi Sultan, disband police, citizens deserve a service that protects us, not oppresses. News. Trufena 72-hour tree-hugging record ratified by Guinness World Records. From Malaysia to Thailand, unanswered questions in case of missing Kenyan. There's a Kenyan who was promised a job as some sort of driving work and somehow is vanished. Perhaps they need to look at Russia.
They need to look at Russia.
Yes, they look at Malaysia and Thailand. Maybe they need to look at Russia. Wetangula blasts MPs over rent seeking amid plans to punish anti-government MPs. Okay? These guys are flogging a dead horse. They are flogging a very, very, very dead horse.
Yeah.
Times have changed and you're still practicing the sort of things that we used to see in the 1990s. Ay, come on, man. Game changer. Strategy to take the wind out of their sails. Chemical castration for men to end rape.
Ati?
There's a team that has been looking at the issue around violence against women.
Chemical castration,
yes,
you said?
They have said, yes. Ruto panel proposes chemical castration for sexual offenders. Okay. In some communities, practices such as wife beating, FGM, child marriage, and sexual exploitation are deeply embedded and reported not as violence but normal behavior. These things can all change. They're saying anybody who falls into this category should be chemically castrated.
So how do they do this chemical castration?
They inject you, Kwani. You're neutered.
Yeah. So when they induce this chemical, things fall off, or what happens?
No, nothing falls off, and hair doesn't grow on your forehead either. Okay?
I'm curious. Now I'll go read up on it.
Go and read
okay.
it.
All right. But anyway, you see, at the end of the day, what we agree is the fact that GBV, especially of this nature, where someone is sexually assaulted or sexually abused, raped and so on and so forth.
Paul, that thing is not on the decline, it's on the increase.
Is it?
Yes, it is. We focus on traditionally what, the moment you talk of child marriage, child abuse, disinheritance of women, you're thinking rural setting. Very many gender-based violences are reported in places where people live, in cities especially, in communities where people live in close proximity. And these tend to be the low-rent areas.
Okay.
Violence is not caused by the geographical area you live in only. It is caused by other factors that influence your behavior, other factors that may bring tension into your life, and which is probably what leads to this violence. So the traditions that you had, where you are the sort of man whom a woman cannot talk to, that one, I think will get you jailed.
Yeah.
Now they're saying, if you couple that violence, rape, they should neuter you.
Okay.
So wewe, tuko najiongelesha.
Ninajua watu ambao you know, there are people you listen to when they're talking about such issues on matters to do with GBV, rape, and you ask yourself, who on earth is this person? Me, I've had to drop a lot of people as friends because of utterances they have made.
You've realized this person
on matters to do, just women generally, how they regard women, how they treat women.
You feel no?
Unaangalia mtu hivi.
I'm not associating with this person.
And as a father to girls, I'm thinking, guy, I can't allow such people around my family.
That is actually true.
Once
they've told you clearly what they are, please take them seriously.
Unaiondokea tu pole pole tu na unasema huyu
hahitaji vita.
Kuna zingine unajaribu kuongea sense because unajaribu ku understand huyu mtu nini anasema. Unamuuliza siti hebu explain what exactly is it that you mean, and you listen to them and you're like this one there's a problem here.
It is best we part. Wacha endelee na watu kama mwacha niende zangu.
Yes. Norma. All right, we're getting into the news. When we do return in the next hour, of course, I shall be telling you who exactly we're going to be hosting and what it is we're going to be talking about. And of course, giving you more shout-outs as we go on.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
And guess what? We are back. It is now 1 minute past 7 o'clock. City, good morning once again.
Good morning.
I was reading this because we mentioned that thing to do with people being neutered. Did you call it newt? Is it newt or mute?
Newt.
Newt, eh?
Neutralize.
Yeah, or neutralize. That's where it comes from, eh? So there's page 12 of the Daily Nation, and they're talking about femicide crisis, how farming cycles, school terms, and public transport fuel vice. On public transport, I know how it fuels that vice, but as far as farming cycles and so on and so forth, you understand your CLAW. So let me give it a look so that we can see exactly what it is the author of the story meant. So they're saying that report ties farming cycles, public transport to spike in GBV and femicide. Seasonal farming cycles, school calendars, tourism hubs, and public transport are the drivers of femicide and gender-based violence in Kenya. A report by the Technical Working Group on Gender-Based Violence established by President William Ruto says. Now, the task force was chaired by former Deputy Chief Justice Nancy Baraza. Coastal counties record high incidences of sex tourism, with Shinyalu and Mumias East in Kakamega County emerging as GBV hotspots. Now, according to the report, women and girls in border regions like Busia, Migori, and Kwale are particularly vulnerable to sexual exploitation and trafficking, often under the guise of job offers. Now, in Uasin Gishu, physical violence increases sharply during harvesting seasons, likely due to economic stress, labor exploitation, or domestic rows over resource and rules. Now I get it. Because people are seeking job opportunities or income-making opportunities, they end up being exploited sexually because of that need. What?
You know, that is the reason that is being given. If someone is given to behaving in a particular way, the facts we need to face is that is how that person is given to behave. Because this person doesn't live alone on some island. He lives among very many people. And you will find that the people who perpetrate these ills are a minority, not a majority.
Yeah.
Because if it was a majority, then it would not be an issue. It would be the norm. It is an issue because there are a few people who are given to such urges and given to such distractions. It's like the people who are known to be chicken thieves in the village. Not everybody's a chicken thief in the village.
Yes.
The chicken thieves are known.
Yeah.
Yes. The wife beaters are known. Okay? The people who drink all their money and never spend money on they are known. Okay? So it's the same thing. There are people who are given to errant behavior or who are given to conduct themselves in a particular way. They may come from a place, but these individuals must be singled out and said it is so and so and so. It's like the case of the violence we saw on Sunday, meted against the presence of the former DP in a church in Nyeri County. This isn't a story about the police force. It is not a story about the police service. It's a story about certain individual people who happen to be members of the police service who did certain things. Now, the chain of command that is normally required for such things to happen within the disciplined forces, specifically now the police service, is not a secret, it's the public domain. So you follow and find out who it is.
Yeah.
And you name them. And I am glad our print media has actually
highlighted it.
Yes, they have. They have done precisely that, and kudos to them. No generalization. It is this individual, this is what they do, this is whom they are attached to, etc. So you know, you give name to the perpetrator. When you generalize, then you lose that whole plot.
Yeah.
When you are specific, then you know exactly who committed what and what they did, and they can be brought to question so that they can answer questions.
For example, on that issue of Othaya, Witima, see DP, former DP alisema, these are the individuals, and he named them. He said there is this officer attached to this police station. There is this officer, and they gave name and they gave pictures and photos. My question is, have these people been questioned at the very least? I don't know. I hope so. I hope so. Ndio mtu ajitetee tu aseme cheki nimetajwa hapa hivi. You have mentioned my name adversely, so let me just clear my name. On that day that you are alleging I was there, I wasn't, and this is my alibi, this is my evidence. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. And then of course the MP in question, who has been accused of supporting, or is it sponsoring, these so-called goons,
whose name has been mentioned.
Yes. Honorable Betty Maina aseme tu okay nimetajwa. But I think yesterday she said that ni kuekelewa naekelewa. She said that the former DP stage managed this particular attack on himself so that he can gain some sort of I don't know, sympathy or gain some mileage as far as that is concerned. Crazy things that are happening in this country as far as some of these occurrences.
Do you know what we are seeing here? This is a dangerous trend. It is the glorification of goonism. The outcome of this glorification is usually very bizarre. Because you are encouraging people to associate wrongdoing, criminality, and that with the service that is supposed to prevent criminality.
Yeah.
The example is being set. When an example is set, what you're saying is that you have given permission. So permission has been granted.
Yes. Our guest has arrived. All right. So as they settle down, good morning, sir. Fine, thank you, Daktari. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, with us in studio, we do have Dr. Juma Muhwana. He is the Principal Secretary, State Department of Industry in the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry. Welcome to Radio Generation, and a Happy New Year to you.
Thank you, and Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you and to your listeners.
Right.
Yeah.
The journey to Singapore is what we want to discuss today. As far as industrialization is concerned, help us put it into perspective. Our current state as far as industrialization in this country is concerned.
Let's step back, I think, because I think this dream to Singapore has been with us.
Right.
Maybe we are describing as Singapore at some time when Baba Raila Odinga was flying.
Right.
He was taking us to Canaan.
Yes.
So I suspect that what he was calling Canaan is what we are calling Singapore.
Right.
Or is it that the road to Singapore is through Canaan?
Yes, I think.
Actually, people say we are going to Canaan, but through Singapore.
Singapore.
Yes.
So what that tells you is that as a country, I think we know that we are doing below our potential.
Is that so?
Yes. I mean, you can see Singapore, Canaan, whatever you call it.
Yes.
What it tells you is that generally in our mindset, we think that there is a better destination ahead.
Right.
And so that dream is what really is important. But,
yes.
But then for us, if you look at industry, let me start by saying that in terms of industry, Kenya is the biggest industrial hub in Eastern Central Africa. So actually, if you take Southern Africa, Eastern and Central,
Yes.
We are only second to South Africa. So as much as this is not very much celebrated, between Johannesburg and here, we are the second biggest hub after South Africa. So there's no other country in East, Central and Southern Africa. And you know that economically we are number 6 in the
region,
whole of Africa.
yes.
The whole of Africa.
Right. The entire continent.
And for me, I think what this first of all tells us is that if you look at our geography, and I've discussed this a bit earlier,
Yes.
our rain, Kenya is only 15% of arable agricultural land. If you compare that to your neighbor, let's say Tanzania, which is 1.5 times the size of Kenya,
Yes.
all of it green, all of it wet. If you look at Uganda, for example, 90% the size of Kenya, very green, and yet we have used this 15%. I'm not saying the other part of Kenya is not very useful,
Yes.
but it's difficult to produce in Mandera, in Garissa, in Wajir. So we've used this 15% to
Yes.
create the biggest industrial hub in East and Central Africa, and the 6th biggest economy in Africa, beating DRC Congo or Ethiopia for that matter. That for me is phenomenal, but it also talks about the people. I think for me, our biggest and most important resource is the human resource.
But when PS, we've had conversations on that matter of agriculture just for a minute. We've spoken with leaders from that region, and they have said that it is actually possible to do lots of production there of crops as long as we focus on aspects such as irrigation. I do not know whether that is a viable option to irrigate in the northern region.
Yes, I'm an agriculturalist myself, and so I know that yes, it's possible to produce in that region with irrigation, but 2 issues. One is that irrigation is quite expensive. 2, if you produce crops using irrigation,
yes,
the cost goes up.
Okay.
So you'll find that a crop that's produced by irrigation is 1.5 times more expensive.
Right.
So you must also be having an economy that is willing to buy that expensive commodity. That is why for us, if you look around Kenya, where we are using irrigation, we are producing crops for export.
Okay.
So if you look at our horticulture sector, where we do greenhouses, flowers, so irrigation is working for us. If you go in Kiambu here, in Naivasha, we are doing a lot of irrigation.
Yes.
But that is for export. Why? Because crops that are produced using irrigation are pretty expensive.
Okay.
And so sometimes if you look at an economy like ours, especially if those crops have to compete with those that have been produced by me in Kitale using rain-fed agriculture, then you feel like you're being shortchanged. Because then you can't come to the market and say mine is more expensive because I used irrigation. The market forces are the same.
PS, let me ask this question.
Yes.
Are we saying that some of these regions in the north are completely starved of water and that it never rains there?
It does rain. In fact, I know today as we talk there is a big discussion between Kenya and some country in the Middle East to produce dates. That is a very high value crop. So the temperatures are also very high. So they are quite it's not just about water.
Yes.
So if you go to Garissa or Mandera, first of all the rain will be there scarcely.
Yeah.
So, but then the temperatures are also quite high, 40 plus. Then the soils also tend to be very salty.
Okay.
So those 3 issues mean that not every crop will do well, but we have crops that will do well in high soil conditions like dates, some varieties of sorghum.
Okay.
So it's a question of selecting the right crop. But then, as I said, if you even some varieties of maize.
Yes.
But if you are going to produce maize under irrigation, again in these soil conditions,
it's going to be expensive.
It's going to be expensive.
Yeah.
Already we are trying something in Kalana Kulal.
Okay.
The only difference with Kalana Kulal, why irrigation may work, is one, the water is cheap because there's a big river there, and the scale is large. So if you do it completely large scale, then you are able to ameliorate
Yeah.
the added cost of
That
irrigation.
production.
So
Because- yeah.
if you do 1 million acres in Tana River, you will then produce even lower than me, who is producing rainfed in agriculture. So, but if you're doing half an acre, or
Yeah.
2 acres, or 5 acres, or 20 acres, it's not worth it. So that's the challenge.
Yeah, because I wonder how countries that are largely arid, such as Israel and Egypt, are able to produce to a point of even exporting. I know Egypt, they rely heavily on the Nile, but other regions also that are away from such large water bodies are able to produce, and perhaps something we need to look at and see
And
collaboration.
now you see, as you do that, that's why I'm saying the question must be, if you're producing under irrigation,
Yes.
you're producing for who?
Okay.
And that person must be willing to pay the extra cost of irrigating. So in other words, irrigation works very well in economies where people can afford to buy food a little bit more expensive.
Right.
So if you're struggling and you already know the cost of ugali, and I didn't see Muga putting a sufria on his head, but
Maybe
I didn't have enough sufurias. so the ones I had to stay at home.
or the one you had couldn't fit on your head.
It could, but loosely.
so when you have a sufria wearing country,
Yes.
you have to be very careful how you how you produce.
You know, the reason why I asked the question when a PS, it's taking advantage of what we know we can actually grow regionally, and which will be of benefit given the natural circumstances of that particular region. Because, for instance, we have the Dawa River on the border of Mandera, and okay, they do have rainfall. There's always a subject of harvest, meaning even if the rain is little, and I'm asking, this line of argument I'm taking because I know you are an agriculturist.
Yes.
There's a lot that can be done even in a region of that, the northern region. Why? Because before Kari joined with Ilri and became Kalro,
Yeah.
I knew Kari because of the things that they did. I also know Kalro because of the things they have done. These are things you know better than I do. The research that they have been involved in over the years, one of the things we've done in this country is to develop seed that can thrive in the oddest of circumstances.
I agree.
Thank you. Whether we are talking about something as simple as grass, whether you're talking about trees, whether you're talking about, you name it.
Peas,
Yeah, now,
green gram.
precisely.
Yeah.
So it is these that I'm speaking of, because there are areas in Kilifi County whose climate mirror what we have in northern Kenya. And Kari had stations in those regions. So if it is a question of determining what it is that can actually work, they were ahead of that curve a long time ago. So it is a question of the focus that is given. And now this burden, in my opinion, directly falls on the county governments, because you come from there are things you can do, and what you can't do, you can take the national government. The utilization of what is available there, whether it is aquifers, you're talking about just water wherever it is, benefiting not even the country, but the citizens there, and then doing what you've suggested, growing things that we may need to use for export. The region is vast.
Very huge. If you want 1 million acres in Garissa,
Yes.
to grow something,
It is huge.
it's huge.
So the things we can do there
Yeah.
are phenomenal.
Yes.
That really was my point.
Okay.
Yes.
Then no more sufrias.
For now.
I actually favor frying pan because it lends itself to look like a cap. But let me ask another question, if I may. Okay. We say that our infrastructure for industry contributes 15% to the GDP of the country. Can it go up to 50?
Let me see, again step back. I talked about manufacturing.
Yes.
And currently, our initial investment in manufacturing was agro-processing. This means that we were targeting agricultural produce for value addition. So we did a lot of sugarcane, you know that. We have already discussed quite a bit of that. We have done a lot of maize milling. We've done wheat. We have done, so a lot of our industry was built on agro. My sense is over the time then we have evolved. Now we've gone into steel, cement. We have like 40 factories doing pharmaceuticals, drugs. You have alcohol. You have all these kind of things.
Okay.
In the area of, for example, agro, our agricultural manufacturing, what I see is we are reaching a point where raw materials becomes a limiting factor. Let me explain. If you look at wheat, for example, our installed wheat milling capacity, the country can only produce about 20 to 25%. So 75% of the wheat that we need for ourselves and for the region has to be imported. If you look at maize, for example, we have a lot of installed milling capacity. We rely heavily on the region. So we have to import a lot of maize from Uganda, from Tanzania, for us to sustain, and even beyond, for us to sustain. If you talk to the millers, so if you look at sugarcane, we have to close down the factories for 3 months. There's no sugarcane, so they're harvesting premature cane.
Okay.
I know I visited a factory recently in Kirinyaga that is doing avocado. Some of our agros is seasonal, so many of us don't know that you have an avocado processing plant that is closed 4 months out of a year. Because there's no avocado in the country. So part of what we are then looking at is, so how do you have a consistent supply of raw materials, especially if you are going to be agro? There are people here that have to import avocado all the way from Burundi to try and keep their systems running. So our biggest initiative has been in agro, and we are working with the Ministry of Agriculture. We basically need to, and that's why we have had a big drive in terms of let's plant more avocado. You know that 10 years ago, Kenya was not a serious producer of avocado. Today, we are the leading producer in Africa. And because the farmers have seen the potential, there is a lot of export of fresh avocado. And then we have people who have installed capacity to make cooking oil and other oils from avocado. But that agro system is limited by how much land, how much crop, and you see, even if you plant avocado today, you need 4 years for it to go into production. And so our take now is we need to diversify our manufacturing beyond agro, because agro is limiting in terms of the land size and how much you can produce. And clearly, for many sectors, raw materials have become an issue. But now we've also built quite a huge investments in steel. All this construction that you see going on, cement, quite a lot. I know somebody who is doing tiles now, and toilets and sinks, and so
all
we are
ceramics now.
Ceramics, yes. Sanitary towels and pads, and so we've agro inputs, pesticides, drugs, pharmaceuticals. Where our real potential to grow is in that area. Pharmaceuticals, for example, leather. We have been talking about it for a long time. So we now there's quite a bit of interest coming up. A lot of our leather is being imported. We have quite a bit of livestock. That system was abandoned of collection of hides and skins to turn it into leather so that we can produce our shoes, our wallets. But there's something happening in that space. We've just completed construction of a leather industrial park in that is very special for that purpose in the river. Last week we advertised for people who want to come and do their manufacturing there, and the response is quite overwhelming. Textiles, again, that is an area that we were doing very well, me and Muga here, until he stopped growing cotton.
Yes, he is right. I did stop growing cotton.
Why?
Just like I've stopped growing sugarcane.
Even sugarcane, you're going to go back.
Yes.
So ndio mnaangusha industry ya sukari.
And cotton was not it was a generational issue, because I think that if you look at our Kenyan, the age of me and Muga here,
yes,
a lot of our towns, of Lore town of 1980,
yes,
Nakuru, Kisumu was more industrialized than it is today.
Actually, it's like they've regressed.
We went back.
Yes, over
And
time.
basically because of what we are calling structural adjustment programs.
Exactly.
This was a program that the Kenya government entered with the World Bank. A lot of our manufacturing was supported through, our industries belong to government.
Yes.
And the idea behind structural adjustment was what is government doing in manufacturing? So privatize this
Industries.
Kenit, Kikomi, and Raymond and
Rivertex. Yes.
But you see, at that time, somebody not ask a question: privatize to who? Because I don't think that we had that time a sufficient enough private sector to buy or even lease or do some of those things that we were asking them to do. So basically open up your market to international pressure and competition, because you have closed up this market. These things are monopolies. That's why they are working. We want them to be exposed to competition. I was not in the negotiating table. I was fairly young at that time. But I do think that whichever way we did them, that's what really kind of stole our industrialization dream.
Yeah.
So we had taken off very well at independence, that you can take to the bank. We had that lull because we privatized ahead of time. We did not have local capacity to...
But Doctor, did we actually even privatize when you think about it? Because, for instance,
Yeah,
if you look at, say, pan paper,
yeah.
okay, do you know that we were a net producer of paper?
Yes, correct.
So how do you explain this? We have the raw materials for that particular industry. And
We have
yet,
demand? Yeah.
yes, and then we even had trained manpower who knew what to do.
What to do, yeah.
And then when we discuss it, we're discussing it in past tense. When in reality, we should have been discussing about other factories that arose from that, because the raw material and the demand for the finished product from this particular industry has not gone down. It has gone up.
And we were selling the region. I mean, Uganda
Yes.
was relying on us. Rwanda was relying on us for pepper. But we are saying privatize this because it's 100% government owned. Sell it to the private sector so that you can have more competition, you can have more efficiency. Because the thinking then was that the government was subsidizing a lot of the inefficiencies in those factories.
Yes.
That maybe have been the case. But then when you look at who was supposed to take up some of those things, I don't think we had sufficient knowledge among the private sector, and sufficient resources, and so we ended up. That's how we have ended up with quite a bit of pressure in that area.
When government decides to privatize, I'm sure someone comes up with a modality and says, look, if we privatize radio generation, for example, this is how we intend to do it, and this is the intended outcome. So someone does research and presents all these options to government. And I know you've said you were very young at that time, but is that how things are done in government, though? Do they not do like some type of SWOT analysis to come up with a possible outcome?
No, you see, this is your cow, and you are selling it. And me, Muga, and others come up to buy. How they take care of the cow after you sell them?
It's not up to you.
It's not up to you.
Okay.
So, and I think so. And when you're preparing these proposals to buy something or lease something, we do very beautiful documents. I mean, we have consultants. He knows that will prepare very powerful proposals and say, if you give me this thing, I will turn it around. I will inject so much money. You're doing that to buy. It's like saying this cow, I will give it dairy meal. But once you buy the cow.
You negate on what you
No,
promised.
the story becomes different. And you see, once you've sold, you don't have an obligation to know whether the cow is feeding or not. I mean, you've received what you are supposed to receive. How it takes care of it becomes another issue. And so I think that if you look at the privatization journey, the distance between promise and actual practice has been quite big.
Okay.
So what people promise to do and that's why a bit Kenyans get jittery a bit about our privatization, because we promise quite a bit.
Yes.
But the people who buy then end up not doing
what they promised.
Yes, and so if you look at pan paper, for example, it was privatized in 2009. But look at the journey that it has taken, and so sometimes I can sympathize with when Kenyans become a bit jittery about this. But in the market, I see it every day because now we've been doing. What are we doing to create the new dream for manufacturing?
Yes.
We are doing quite a bit. We are putting up, for example, I know that special economic zones. If I give you the examples, then I will just move on. In Naivasha, for example, we have these 10,000 acres, which was really bought by President Uhuru to set up a special economic zone. And he bought the land, and the idea was on board some investors, most of whom were given land, to do what? They say I'm going to put up a factory here to process fertilizer, to do what? So they come there with a lot of bang and everything.
Yes.
And I remember even as early as 2016, 2017, some of these guys were given 400 acres.
400 acres.
But by the time this government came to power,
yes,
they brought one container and put there, and now they are in Dubai. So he was supposed to be an investor.
Yeah.
You gave him land to develop and he gave you good ideas. He's also in Dubai looking for the other investors to come. So what did we do? When His Excellency William Ruto came to power, what we did was we basically cancelled every contract. And we now gave new ones, and the new ones are very clear.
Okay.
If you have not done anything in 6 months, the land is automatically taken away. So now, today, as we talk, in Naivasha, we have nearly 20 plus. Now, people, if you go to the special economic zone, now you see some activities because you have 6 months, you either behave or ship out.
Okay.
And so, part of what we are laying, this road back to the road to Singapore, what are we doing? So part of it is industrial infrastructure, and that's where the special economic. So currently, for example, I know that through the Kenya government has already given a contract to Arise to build something like 400 industrial sheds in Naivasha. Already there are people who are building for themselves, but we also have a government initiative to build where people can just plug and play.
When you say industrial shed, PS, what do you mean?
For you to manufacture, usually let me step back. If you wanted to manufacture something today, you go to Kitui. I don't know where you come from.
Actually, I'm from Kitui.
Oh, okay.
You're spot on. Kitui is my home.
So you go to Kitui, you buy 20 acres of land, you fence it off, you do change of user from agricultural land to industrial use. Then you build the factory that you want, the structure itself, then you bring the machinery. So what we are doing as government is we are cutting that story short. We give you the land is already there, you can build for yourself. Okay, so you don't have to buy the land. But even doing more, we are also building, instead of waiting for you to build the sheds, we know a standard industrial shed, how it looks like.
Yes.
So we are building those sheds, 400 of them. So yours will be to bring machinery. In some places, we are even doing better than that. I can bring even the machinery. So yours is to buy your raw material, you book a day, you process and you go, and Muga comes and does that. So we're trying to make it a lot easier, and we are doing this. So Naivasha is a big example. Dongo Kundu, we've been talking about it for a long time. It has been on the table. We did the road.
Yes.
Again, same problem. This was a project that was started during Uhuru's time, and again, a lot of people are given land and they never moved. So when we came in again, that all the leases were cancelled, and we started in a new clean way and saying, okay, you are either, now that's why you see Taifa cars now, if you go there, they're almost 90% complete with their site and others. But we have also again given
Mheshimiwa, this is the gas that you will buy for 300 bob
when it's finished. So you can't buy before we produce.
That's what I was asking. So once it's, because you said it's 90% complete.
Yes, it's coming up. Yes,
so once we've reached full capacity, our gas will go down.
Even now, it has already gone down. Even without that,
it will go down
because of the reforms within the gas sector. So it's not just Taifa gas that will lower your. It's actually reforms. Part of it is. Of course, there was quite a bit of monopoly in that area, so that has been opened up, and there has been quite a bit of resistance. So if you look at the cost of gas, even now, we maybe have not reached where you are. You can, but you need to remove the sufuria on your head.
Okay.
But there's quite a lot of reforms, and not just this one. There are a number of other people that are also coming up. Offloading. Many people don't know that, for example, before a lot of investment was done, a ship carrying gas could stay on the seas for as long as 2 weeks. Because, you see, offloading gas from the cylinder that the ship was carrying into another cylinder requires very sophisticated investment and I think
equipment,
and equipment. We have a bit of that, but we are developing much more.
Okay.
Well, by the time, I think there's one now in Fipingo and the one in Dongokundu, when those are finished, then you will be able to offload these ships very quickly and also load the trucks.
Okay.
You see, you offload them into some underground tank, and then the tank, this is able to load the trucks, and then you see on the road, and then so you need a bit of. But I was talking about infrastructure for industry. So we are doing quite a bit in public. Again, in Dongokundu, we are doing a plug and play. You know that His Excellency the President just launched Fipingo, which is a private initiative by Centum, 2,000 acres in Fipingo, again doing industrial sheds. You know our fairly good success story at Tatu City.
Right.
So I think in terms, and then we are doing the county aggregation and industrial parks, because as I've indicated, 90% of our manufacturing in this country is only in about 6 or 7 counties of Nairobi, Machakos, Kiambu, again Mombasa, Kilifi, Kisumu, Nakuru, and a little bit of Eldoret.
All right.
The rest of the country, very little manufacturing activity. And
the potential has not been tapped.
Yes, and yet some of them have very good raw materials and so on. And so the idea behind the county aggregation and industrial park is to create an idea that each county can think about value addition of the small things that they are producing. Because for many of these counties, manufacturing has never been a priority. And nobody has figured out how that should be done. And so today as we talk, we've now nearly completed construction of industrial parks, and we have advertised for space, and we are getting very overwhelming responses. We have completed the county aggregation industrial park in Kirinyaga, in Embu, in Meru, in Kisii, in Migori, in Homa Bay, Busia, Bungoma, Uasin Gishu, Garissa, Mandera.
That's quite a number.
Yes, that's quite a number. That was phase 1, about 13 of them.
Okay.
And now what we're doing is operationalization. We've done feasibility studies to agree on which value chains should be prioritized for which county.
Yes.
We are also working with the counties to try and organize production of raw materials. As I said, our farmers find it very interesting when you have 2 korogoros of maize and you say you have a marketing problem. Hey, I have maize here, I can't sell. So you're saying you don't have maize, first of all.
Yes.
So we've gone.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's a bit of infrastructure that is coming up. Some of this logistics, the SGR, the dual carriage, some people may not see the relationship between that and industry, but that is very, very important. If I want to manufacture in Kisumu,
yes,
and the SGR goes to Kisumu, it means that some of this manufacturing, you have to bring in raw materials from outside. And you want a proper connection from the sea to the SGR to Kisumu. You turn these pharmaceutical products into drugs.
Yes.
And if you want to re-export them, you have a route back to the sea.
Yes.
And that's basically what we are trying to do. And that's why the terminal for SGR in Naivasha is inside the special economic zone. And we are hoping that once the rail goes to Malaba, that we can create industrial parks along it. And that is a clear plan. In Mariakani, in Voi, Konza City is already coming up. Athi River is already a manufacturing hub.
Yes.
Naivasha is a manufacturing hub. Kisumu, if we do that, and then Busia. Along that route, it means that you can bring in raw materials and then you can re-export your finished products to the southern part, because through the Indian Ocean you can go to the rest of Africa and the upper side through the Suez Canal. And so that is the kind of, you can see we are almost already in Singapore. I mean, if you listen to
I
me.
actually agree. I agree with you, Bona PS.
Yes.
On that issue of manufacturing of pharmaceuticals, there's something you've mentioned that I think it's very important that we perhaps even highlight once more on the issue of importing raw materials, then we manufacture these drugs and then we re-export them. How close are we to achieving that, Drew?
No, we are already doing a lot of that. As I said already, we have over 40 factories.
Pharmaceuticals?
Okay. Only pharmaceuticals.
All right.
In this country. And we are already supplying a lot of drugs to the region, Eastern Africa, even the rest of Africa. We have a company, for example, I know in Kilifi called Revito, that is producing syringes, just needles and syringes and things like that.
All right.
And its market is across Africa, and they're selling in more than 40 countries across Africa. So yes, that is where our potential is, because the good thing with that kind of sector is that you are not limited by production of raw materials. Because as I've said, agro processing has its limitations. The crops are seasonal, the land sizes are declining. And so raw material, what the factories are doing, they have to go further and further away to look for raw materials. If you are looking at automotive, for example, and we today we have, if you look at motor vehicles, we have over, again, 40 companies doing assembly of motor vehicles. If you go into the motorcycle area, we have over 200.
Yeah.
And one of the things that has favored that is our policies. They are producing for us, and they're also producing for the region. And one of the areas where we have had a competitive advantage is this 8-year rule. That and we wanted even to reduce it to 5, and there was quite a bit of resistance. At Kenya, you cannot import a car that is older than 8 years. Many people don't understand how important that is, because then it means that people are kind of forced to buy the new cars. So that is what has really kept our automotive sector growing. If you go to Tanzania, you can import a 25-year-old. I mean, so why would you buy a new car?
Sure.
If you go to Uganda, again, there's no age
There's
limit.
no limit, yeah.
You Rwanda, same problem. So Kenya has that just by putting the 8 rule, and I know we are in court, people trying to remove it also. Kenya.
They want to increase the time limit?
No, they want to reduce. They want to ensure that they can buy older cars.
Old cars. They are saying that
So from
the
8
rule
to whatever.
leave it open. They're saying we are being discriminative and all that and all this. But I'm happy that we still have that in place, because if you opened up there, you will kill all the Toyota Kenyas and Isuzus that you have. Today, if you look at Isuzu Kenya, for example, Isuzu East Africa,
Yes.
they are selling in over 50 countries across Africa. Those trucks, those pickups.
From here. Wow.
And that is something they are even now selling spare parts. Some of these spring leaves and all that things. So we have a lot of potential in that area. If you look at construction, cement, steel, already with affordable housing,
Yes.
the demand for our own cement is extremely high. But then we are also exporting in the region. If you look at steel, we have about 27 companies that are doing steel here. If you look at Mabadi rolling, they're actually selling in almost all the 54 countries, including back to Europe.
Right.
Some of their products.
Oh, really? They export out of the continent?
Out of the continent. And that is the kind of capacity that we are looking for.
Yeah.
We don't have a lot of iron, so we have to import the raw materials for us to the coils and everything to make the iron sheets and other products. But there is a lot of good potential in that space, because people will always be building new houses. They need iron sheets, they need steel, they need cement. If you look at this rail that we are talking about, you need a lot of steel, you need a lot of cement.
Yeah.
And so those are areas that we can invest in. We have a lot of limestone for cement. For sure, we have no limit. The only challenge we had when we came in was for you to make cement, the biggest raw material is called clinker, which is basically limestone that has been roasted at 1,400 degrees centigrade.
Okay.
And we were importing this from Egypt, from Jordan, wherever it is. But we have a lot of limestone here. And the reason why, so we had companies that had set up in Kenya to import clinker, and then you just grind it into cement. And the clinker was duty-free.
Yes.
But we asked ourselves, but there's a lot of limestone in Kajiado, in Kitui.
Why not burn it
Why
ourselves?
why are we not burning it here? So we put a levy there, what we are calling the import and investment promotion levy, 17.5% on imported clinker.
Okay.
And within those 3 years, now we've had more people investing in production of clinker.
Right, yeah.
They're like what we had in Pokot. I know the Defki group have done that.
Yes.
So now we are making clinker in Pokot. I know Rai Cement in near Kibos, Kisumu.
Yes.
Is now investing in a new clinker plant. About 2 weeks ago, His Excellency the President launched the production of clinker in Matuga, in Kwale, Bamburi Cement. You sometimes it's just that because we had made it so easy for people to import, they were not saying. So we had companies like Savannah.
Yes.
That was not. They put up a cement factory.
Yes.
But they are relying on imported clinker. So when we said, okay, you will import, but you have to pay this levy.
They build capacity here now.
Now they're building local capacity. And that is exactly what some of these policies can do to support those kind of areas.
But why weren't they doing it before, though? I'm trying to understand.
No, it was easier to simply import and then crush.
As opposed to now
it was
setting up.
It was duty free.
It was duty free. So why would you invest in machinery here?
Yes.
Okay.
And those are some of the issues that then that we look at.
There are two things here, Bonapias.
Yes, Omwami.
One, thank you very much, Muhongo.
Yeah.
There's
Yes, Jaduong.
Yes.
the one, as you were speaking, the thing that came to mind are two institutions that had been set up quite a while back to do the very things that you're speaking of in terms of trying to grow small business into the point where they can become medium-sized businesses or industry to grow. There was ICDC and there was Kenya Industrial Estates. Kenya Industrial Estates dealt with smaller entities. You grew, you were then able to access the funds from ICDC. ICDC went even just beyond manufacturing. They were even dealt with commercial enterprises.
Yes.
And one only needs to understand the landscape where they invested in, how broad it was. People hear of Uchumi and they do not know that that was an ICDC investment.
Yeah, true, yeah.
People look at the hotels that we had under Africa Tours and Hotels and they do not know the role that ICDC played in it. Everything you're saying seems to be an upgrade of the functions of these two institutions. The hand-holding that the Southern Asian Tigers did with their small industries involved direct government participation. What structural adjustment program did to us was a disservice. I don't want to use the word a crime because the participation of government in those countries is what has made their industries grow to the point that they are. And even as they are big, government is still involved directly.
Yes.
Through institutions like the ones I've mentioned. What do we have currently? Are we reviving these two institutions? Have we created other institutions that can actually be at the background of supporting these initiatives? Because we look at the county governments and we look at what they do and we look at the small businesses. That they exist is a good thing, but how do you grow them so that they have the potential of either merging to become big entities or in themselves growing?
I agree, yes. Hand-holding is an important aspect, and that is how industries have grown in China, in Japan, in Singapore, Korea. And some of these big Chinese companies, the government still has a lot of shareholding. In fact, I discovered, for example, that a Chinese company cannot invest in this economy $100 million without the permission of the China government, even if it's completely private.
Yes.
So you have to, somehow the result, you have to go and ask for permission. Can I do this in Kenya? Those hand-holding institutions were government institutions. And they are supposed to support and hand-hold private people to grow from micro, small to big enterprise. My own assessment, quick assessment, is that the hand holder at some point did not seem to have sufficient commercial knowledge. You see, if you're mentoring me in business, you better be a good business person. So one of the areas I would honestly put it is that at some point the handholder became limited. So I look at KIE, for example. KIE was supposed to teach you how to manufacture. So they had these small machineries that you would go there and learn how to mill and learn how to make a bolt and how to make a nut.
And they had sheds.
And you see sometimes because it's government and they're waiting for exchequer, sometimes they don't have the money, sometimes they don't have the resources, sometimes the people who are supposed to be doing that job are retiring. So I see the model that we are now putting together now is you almost need a quasi-government private partnership kind of institution that is thinking business-wise. And that's what we are doing with KDC. So what used to be called ICDC is that today called the Kenya Development Corporation. It's a government-owned institution, but from the little I have heard is that part of it needs to also become privatized because there are private people that also want to invest there. They have money, they want to invest into this manufacturing, into long-term projects, and sometimes they feel like this is a good vehicle for us. So part of it is how do you introduce that commercial thinking so that the handholder has sufficient knowledge to hold the hands of these people.
The point you make is a valid one. You see, why government involvement in my mind has to be paramount is this. One, there's always this discussion about the cost of power when we are talking about industrialization.
Yes.
And that it can be a limiting factor. Two, the government seeks to ensure that young people not only gain knowledge but expertise in businesses that would grow the economy. Now, this means employment.
Yes.
It's a government initiative. With government participation, the growth then will have embedded within that particular structure what the government hopes to achieve for its citizens.
Yes.
So the participation, in my opinion, you cannot do without it. It has to be there.
It has to be there,
Yes.
but you have to grow with the changing dynamics of that sector.
Yes.
And I think, for lack of a better word, some of our institutions that were meant to do that work did not evolve with time. And so what happens then with time is that they can become irrelevant. And today, as we are looking at it, so I think we are having a very realistic approach to say, so if somebody has to hold your hand, and of course devolution came in, so some of those institutions, then the question was, how does it then operate in a devolved system? And that's why, so it was a good idea, it was a good source of funding for young and upcoming institutions, training, not just training in manufacturing and mentorship and hand-holding, but then I think over time they became limited by the exigencies of government, and that we have recognized. So we have, for example, now we are doing kind of re-engineering. We've done re-engineering of ICDC into something called KDC, and what we want now is not just to be a government thing, but to also have investments by other international banks that can have shareholding, so that they can actually create an efficient business thinking institution, so that as they're giving you money, they're not just giving you money, they're giving you money and holding your hand and teaching you how to do business because they know how to do it. And I think that's the kind of reform that we are seeing. And then through the KIPES, we are basically trying to address the issue that now with a devolved government, how do you set up an industrial infrastructure that is in line with devolution? And what we are trying to do is to create competition among the counties that and I'm always very proud when we started these KIPES, the first county to complete its construction was Kirinyaga, and we have not wasted time to say Kirinyaga has done us proud in that area. But even before we did this KIPE, something came up that in the last 2 years in Kirinyaga alone we've had 9 new factories coming up. You've heard of Kavakara, you've heard of the guy of nice rice millers. Now is also milling maize. Now there's nice maize millers.
Okay.
You have a new animal feeds factory. I was talking about an avocado factory called Sagana Oil. So the question then when we meet with the other governors is, what is Kirinyaga doing that Murang'a is not doing, that Bungoma is not doing? So part of, if we navigate that space properly, there must be something. There must be, and now if you talk to the governor of Kirinyaga, she's actually doing the hand holding. So she looks for these people, they come to her office and she says, okay, what do you want? I need land. So there's these possibilities of land, even if it's private land. She's able to introduce them to individual owners. They can do shareholding, they can partner. So there's a bit of that now, because what I've learned, because I was wondering, how do you get 9 new factories in one county, and some counties have not seen one in 20 years. So part of it, part of the hand holding then comes from that kind of angle.
All right.
And then in some counties they're quite hostile. You go there and you're looking for land, and it's like, kwanza weka kitu kwa mesa. You know what I mean?
We know that.
So in fact now we have done something called a county competitive index. As far as ease of doing business is concerned, to say in this county
it's easier,
and this year we are going to release the first one of that kind, and it's going to cost quite a bit of jitters. But I think we need that we need counties to be our anchors for investment and for manufacturing, and we need to celebrate those that are helping manufacturers and investors to set up, and quite clearly some of them are frustrating.
Bona PS, before, because we have 4 minutes before we let you go, there's a question here from Morris Andati saying, please ask him about cotton in Homa Bay and pineapples in Malindi. Lastly, inquire about the rice industry in the Nyanza belt. This will be a little bit more practical for us in the western region. So the question here is about cotton in Homa Bay, pineapples in Malindi, and rice in the Nyanza belt.
Yes. Cotton, when this government came into power in 2022, there was very little cotton, less than 1,000 acres. One of the areas that we've done, and we assessed, we actually did a new policy, what we are calling the cotton textile apparel policy. We appreciate some of the challenges with this sector had collapsed, mostly because of lack of raw materials. But we also had an interesting scenario where we have 48 factories at Athi River that are basically importing apparel from India, China, wherever, Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam, stitching here and selling, especially under the AGOA arrangement, to the US. So the demand was there, but then we didn't have, but most of these companies don't want to go the way of ginning, apparel, then stitching.
Okay.
So them, they want to stitch and go. So we needed local capacity in terms of our own apparel production. We had a semblance of that at Thika Cloth Mills in Thika, which is a bit small scale, and then we have a bit of that at Rivertex. Rivertex again had ran into, because it was 100% government, into a lot of inefficiencies. So they're buying cotton, they're not paying for it, so the farmers are not coming up. So over the last 3 years, we have done quite a bit. We had abandoned this cotton production. We didn't have even seed. The seed that we have is BT. This is genetically modified from India, very expensive.
Biotech, yeah.
1 kilo is like 8,000. We can't revive a sector like that. So what His Excellency President did then through his friendship with Benin has done very well, and Togo and Cameroon. So we did manage to get some of the seed from there. We are working with Calro and seed variety trials in Baringo, in Busia, in Kwale. And also seed multiplication. Okay. And so we've grown this from about 1,000 by last year, 2025, we are doing about 100,000 acres of cotton.
All right.
Then so the cotton production is coming up. The demand is very high. When we came in, the price per kilo was just about 50 shillings. We increased this to 65. Last year it was 75, and still the farmers don't have cotton. In fact, the companies have to cross over to Uganda, to Tanzania to buy some of this cotton, especially Rivertex. So several things have happened. So what we've done now, and then ginning also became an issue because a lot of our ginneries died. They were old and so on. So we put up a new ginnery in Mulwanda in Busia. Currently, through the private sector initiative, the county government of Homa Bay is working with a private person. They have given them land, 5 acres. They're putting up a ginnery in Homa Bay. Homa Bay, once we started reviving cotton, Homa Bay has been our best producer, producing the best quality and the best yield in 2023, 2024. But in 2025, Lamu did a little better than Homa Bay.
All right.
So in Lamu, we are also building a ginnery in Kwale. So part of it is going back to the infrastructure because without ginning, then you can't produce apparel. And then, as I said, Rivertex was facing a lot of challenges, financing and everything with very good modern equipment. Last year, it was leased out to a company that is already doing a bit of that in Benin called Arise. So now we see, because the same thing we're talking about, sometimes some of this efficient, because it's the company that will produce apparel.
Okay.
These companies in Athi River want a lot of apparel.
All right.
But we had a company that was struggling because of either financial issues or things like that. So that is coming up. In terms of rice, we've done well in Mwea region. I know that we have had issues in Ahero and Bunyala in Busia, where we were in Busia. It was even more interesting that the rice we were producing, we didn't even have a mill. So the rice was produced in Kenya, but it was being taken to Uganda for milling. For milling. So
Interesting scenario.
and part of this, if I was just to say one thing about Ahero, and look at Mwea and how many rice mills people have invested in. So what I want to ask the people of Ahero, let's just not grow rice. Invest in a small rice mill. Even Muga here. If he wants a loan from KDC, I can hold his hand. What we need,
Yes.
and these things are not very expensive,
Right.
because what we are lacking in Ahero and Bunyala is commercialization of the rice value chain.
All right.
If you look at Mwea, every time you pass there, you can stop on the road and buy rice. Why am I not stopping in Ahero to buy rice? Because we are very good at growing, and we are somehow expecting even government to come and mill it for us. I don't know why government would mill your rice, Bunyala, and so I think what I want to ask the people of Ahero is a bit of commercial thinking and a bit of Bunyala. We have expanded the irrigation scheme.
Right.
In Bunyala, it was only 500 acres. Now we are taking it to about 5,000.
Okay.
But you see, as it grows, the people around there must tap into it. They must start to commercialize. Because if you go to mill the other side, you are losing the rice bran, which can be used for animal feeds and other things like those. Okay. So what we need around Ahero is, I want to see a Mwea
In Ahero. Okay.
and a Mwea in Bunyala. And Muga is going to lead the way.
Bwana PS, as Muga leads the way to Ahero, I'll allow you 30 seconds to talk, and especially to the young folks who are the largest resource we have in this country, as far as this road to Singapore through Canaan or otherwise is concerned. Just, talk to them and let them understand what it will take for us to get there.
I think that the infrastructure that you need to go to Singapore is being laid in a very bold way. Many people may not realize. I know that Kenyans appreciate long after you have left. That's the only time they see what you have done. If you look at the way we are looking at the infrastructure that you need, whether it's roads, dual carriageway in Rironi to Nakuru, it may not make sense for us today. The SGR extension, the construction of industrial sheds that I've described, the affordable housing, which has increased demand for cement and steel, and even young people working in that space, even affordable healthcare, that we assume that there's no link between healthcare and industry. If people are healthy, then of course they can work in these industries. So in my view, one of the things that we have lacked for a long time is a bold and deliberate president. One that is able to say, okay, it may not be very popular today, but for Kenya to go to Singapore, whether through Canaan or directly, we need bold, we need risk taking, we need to think big. And I think the challenge that we have in Kenya is we want to go to Singapore, but we want to think small. So actually, when you think big, you become isolated. You become an outgrower. So for me, the thing I appreciate, because I've been a PS for 3 years, is the bold thinking, the big ideas, the risk, and in fact sometimes I think so. Kenyans want to go to Singapore, but they want small ideas. This is too big. This is too. If you don't have a good new medical scheme, if you don't have an education system that is properly changed, like CBC, investment in TVET, because without TVET you can't do industry. We need machine operators. We need all this. So in my view, for the first time, we are not just dreaming big, we are actually attempting to do big things.
Okay.
We may not see the benefits right away, because when you're building a dam, it takes 5 years. If you're building a road, it takes 5 years. So sometimes if people don't see the end of the project, they feel like, so what? It's not working. Of course, there's no way you're going to do a Leroni to Malaba in two years.
Okay.
You have to. It will take time.
Right.
But when it's done, I think where we are today, we have the right thinking.
Okay.
We have the right attitude. We are willing to bite the bullet. And I tell you, the road to Singapore has started. So you better be part of it. And take advantage, whatever you can do, business, take a business course, acquire new skills, think big, even in your own way. I think what the government is saying is also do your big things.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. That is where we come to a close as far as this conversation is concerned. In the next hour, we are hosting Dr. Ahmed Idris. He is the Secretary General of the Kenya Red Cross Society. Bwana PS, asante tena sana. And feel free, kuja tuendelee kuongea hizi mambo.
Hii Kenya, mimi nilisema hivi, tutaibadilisha. Ipende,
isipende.
Na hatuta, you know when you are sick.
Yeah.
Lazima uende kwa daktari.
Sawa daktari.
Na ukienda kwa daktari, hiyo shindano. Not many of us like the injection.
Yeah.
But if that is the only thing that is going to make you
better.
Yes.
Tudungwe shindano.
And I think hii inji, mukubali tuwadunge shindano.
Sawa daktari.
This is Radio Generation. Radio Generation Classifieds.
Every birth is a moment filled with hope, love, and trust. At the Nairobi South Hospital, we honor this journey by providing world-class maternity care in a safe, modern, and compassionate environment. From antenatal care to delivery and postnatal support, our advanced facilities and dedicated team of doctors, midwives, and nurses ensure every mother and baby receives personalized, dignified care. The Nairobi South Hospital, where every life begins with care.
Radio Generation Classifieds. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Deputy Inspector General of the Administration Police Gilbert Masengeli on Tuesday visited Hulugo Township in Garissa County to console families of 2 people killed in recent attacks. Masengeli, who spoke on behalf of Police Inspector General Douglas Kanja, assured residents that security teams have stepped up operations to track down and arrest those behind the killings. Those killed are Boma Location Chief Abdi Fattah Ghani and Hulugo Primary School teacher Peter Musili.
I want to encourage you, take it as an isolated case. We as the government, we are not going to leave anything go that way. We are going to make a follow-up to the logical conclusion and ensure that your safety is our responsibility. At all times, we'll make sure you are safe.
Iyala Member of Parliament Winnie Odinga has claimed that some leaders within the Orange Democratic Movement are facing intimidation and pressure over their political views. Speaking in an interview on Citizen TV, Winnie said the party is experiencing serious internal divisions, with some members allegedly being punished for holding different opinions. She claimed that fear and coercion are now being used within ODM.
People are being intimidated in the party of ODM. People are being de-whipped simply for showing up on that stage with me. People I did not even invite. But being removed in committees, in county assemblies, in parliaments. We've reached a situation where you're being told to fill out forms on whether you support the regime of the day. If you do, then you'll be given TSC slots. If you don't, God knows what happens to you. There is full-on intimidation of members.
Former Meru Governor Kiraitu Murungi has announced his retirement from active politics. Speaking on Tuesday during a ceremony at Laikipia University, where he was awarded an honorary doctorate, Kiraitu said he has decided to step aside after more than 30 years in public service. He said he will now focus on promoting happiness in workplaces and mentoring politicians on life after public office.
This is not about politics, and I even said I've retired from electoral politics, and this has broadened my mind. But now I'm in low temperature politics, and I find this intriguing and as interesting. Yeah, so even if you don't see me now singing on top of trucks and all that, I'm still thinking about democracy.
The Auditor General has raised concerns over 54 million shillings spent by the Taita Taveta County Government in 2024-2025 financial year. An audit says the amount could not be properly verified due to what the county executive called a system error. The issue came up before the County Public Investment Committee, where it was revealed that the county paid 772 million shillings to Coast Water Works, even though the company had quoted 678 million shillings.
You cannot say that you're supposed to pay more than the person who is supposed to pay is asking for.
But you see, this conflict of interest, that's the time some people are talking, even you see the muscles coming out of the neck. So anything complained by Senate, and if you can't do, I'm also worried.
That Coast Water is requiring Tavevo to pay 678 million. But Tavevo is saying they're supposed to pay Coast Water 732 million. Why?
We have realized that there has been an error that has been carried forward over the period.
A former French senator has been convicted after spiking a fellow lawmaker's drink with ecstasy. Joel Gairu was sentenced to 4 years in prison with 18 months to be served in jail. He was also ordered to pay MP Sandrine Josso about 5,000 euros in compensation for emotional distress. The 68-year-old had invited Josso to his Paris apartment in November 2023. She later fell ill after drinking what police say was a spiked drink. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Chelsea have warned fans traveling to Naples for today's Champions League game against Napoli to be careful. The warning comes after 2 Chelsea supporters were injured and had to be treated in hospital. The injuries are not life-threatening. The Blues said the city had a history of problems for away fans and reminded supporters to follow safety advice while in Naples. Fans on social media claimed Chelsea supporters had been stabbed, but there has been no official confirmation of how the injuries were caused. The England striker Tammy Abraham has returned to Aston Villa from Besiktas for £18.25 million. The 28-year-old has signed a 4.5-year deal and is back in the Premier League for the first time since leaving Roma in 2021. Abraham had been on loan at Besiktas, who bought him from Roma for £11 million, and now Villa will pay £18.25 million to bring him back. Villa manager Unai Emery had been looking for a striker to play alongside Ollie Watkins and has long been interested in Abraham. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 14 minutes past 8 o'clock. A very good morning to you. Shout outs to the following. This is Msemo Kweli. Msemo Kweli, Siti amesema, if all what the PS has said is true, our economy should be growing by 15% GDP, but it's sinking and millions of Kenyans are jobless and being auctioned to Arab nations as watchmen and maids. That is Msemo Kweli.
Actually, how are they exactly being auctioned? You know, to be auctioned means you are forced to move in a certain direction.
Right.
You're forced into the work you're doing. What I've heard so far is that most people who travel out of this country
on their own volition.
Yes, they do. No, if there are those who are forced, then there's something we need to know.
No, but if you look beyond maybe the choice of words that
the choice of words that deliberate. Mr. Makweli knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, if you look beyond the choice of words, I think perhaps to some extent Kenyans are sometimes forced to do odd jobs, whether it's here or outside the country. For example, on Monday, I know the government is trying to get some people repatriated from Cambodia because apparently watu wameshikwa huko cha lazima. Through rogue agency in Kenya, they went there thinking they were getting legitimate job offers, only for them to end up in concentration camps or some sort of detention camps in Cambodia, and they are being forced to do either odd jobs, and also ransom is being demanded from their kin here in Kenya. So perhaps he has chosen words that we might not agree with, but Kenyans are being forced to do some very weird things.
No. You're starting at the end. There needs to be adequate information as to how somebody should go about looking for a job outside the country.
Okay.
Does the government have an agency that deals with this? Yes. Does the government talk about it adequately so people would know? No, they do not. Okay? So, people go out believing they have understood because somebody has told them. And so they end up in some really tricky situations. Okay? Where the government is to blame is that the Ministry of Labor, whose charge it is to ensure that there's order in this migration of citizens out of the country, seems to have done a shoddy job on this.
Okay.
If they can come out and show and demonstrate what it is they've done to ensure that the information about how the government will help you, registration, everything that has involved with you leaving the country to go and look for jobs or to seek employment, because there are countries with whom we have signed certain labor agreements, direct people to those countries. If there's evidence that that has been done adequately, then yes, I might shift the blame to the individuals who move out. Working abroad, you decide with the knowledge that you have, yet you need to understand that there are government initiatives that are supposed to assist you do this. Now, if you've gone to them and there's a problem, again, one needs to know. There is a lot of noise from this particular sector, and yet I know that there are government officials who are striving to ensure that anything to do with the diaspora, like the PS for diaspora, that lady puts her back into ensuring that these things are done. That same devil of government communication and the ineffectiveness of it, so that people actually know. Someone tells you on our website, you know, you've actually told us nothing. How many people, even if you tell them there's a website, how many people go and visit websites? They prefer to listen to word of mouth. It is far more effective if time is taken to use whatever mechanisms we have. Whether you're going to use members of parliament, whether you're going to use MCAs, the structure of government in whatever form, to ensure that people are informed, so that when people travel out, they are adequately informed and the government knows they've left the country to another country. So you land there, the first thing you do is you go to our embassy. So we know you are there. Once we know you are there, then the rest is detailed.
We shall invite the Labour Ministry here, perhaps to highlight on some of these issues. But msemo ukweli, thank you for your comment. Morris Andati amesema leverage expertise within these sectors, implement rigorous M&E processes utilizing stringent KPIs. The government has a significant resource in its young talent pool, yet it fears engaging them. I have friends who wish to invest in this industry. Please let us know how, especially at the farming stage. You know, first of all, let me just give a big shout out to the PS who just left, Dr. Juma. Huyu jamaa anajua mambo. He knows his stuff. What I have a problem with as far as this government is concerned is having individuals who have a vast wealth of knowledge in the industries or the ministries rather that they are placed in. But my question would be, do we empower them to deliver? Do we give them the resources they need to ensure that whatever it is that we have mandated them to do, they're able to deliver? And I'm not necessarily specifically talking about the Ministry of Industry and Trade and Investment, but just government generally, because you will find a lot of brilliant people in government, people who have studied this, they have PhDs in this industries and the ministries that we have placed them in. But when it comes to them being able to deliver, wanakwambia manze mbuvi unajua tunataka lakini sasa tutadu.
That is something that we Kenyans are famous for, kicking the can down the road. It is your duty, once you've been given a task, to understand whether you can deliver or not. If you can't, just leave. But if your duty is to come and explain to us by complaining,
how you can't
no man, then leave. Leave. Just leave, because that doesn't help us. If you get zero resources, then that makes sense. Nobody gets zero resources. There's the word creativity that comes to mind. How best can you move around this sector? How best can you engage others who can help you? It's how you're able to think. And that thinking is a factor of the exposure you've had prior to that particular job that you have.
Let's talk about exposure for a second, yeah? In terms of engaging others who can help you deliver on your mandate. I don't know how difficult or easy it is for someone like a PS to actually bring in investment, bring in money.
It's not that difficult either. When you are a government minister, national government, okay, within every government ministry, there are parastatals. That is a quasi-private entity of government. Within all these entities, there are associations they have with similar institutions abroad. These particular institutions and the contacts are nestled within the embassies of the countries that we are dealing with.
Yes.
So an arrangement, an association, and there will be a department in the embassies that deals with business, that deals with trade, that deals with education. They have all these services.
Yes.
So it's a question of figuring out who is it within these many embassies that we have are experts in water. Is it the Swiss? Is it the Dutch? Is it the French? Who has done more business? It is now the ministry who relates to these people in order to ensure that whatever assistance is required, they will have the NGOs, they are also quasi-government entities that do these things. It's how it is done. It passes through the ministries. And the person who is the principal account holder in those ministries is the PS. This is actually the person who ensures that things work in the ministry. So it is, the difficulty is in you understanding what you can do. Now, he may be new to this particular ministry, but he has people who work with him in that ministry, like at the level of directors. They know everything that the ministry does because many of them have worked there for a long time. They know. They'll tell you, for this problem, let's approach so-and-so. For this one, semi-arid, let's talk. The Israeli have a very good program here. Okay? Why don't you have a chat with them? This one, the Chinese do an excellent job on this one here. And our contact is A, B, C, D. Water, I think this one, the Dutch. This one, they would help us. Hospitality, let's talk to the Austrians and the Swiss. You see, all I'm saying is the enterprising nature of the person who holds that office comes into question.
Yes.
It isn't as though you do not have the leeway to do that. You do. That's why you are the principal secretary. It is your job to ensure that that ministry functions Yes. There was a guy we once had who was director of the Kenya Wildlife Services called Richard Leakey. The man was renowned for his fundraising capacities. He was a prolific fundraiser. His management skills are a completely different discussion.
Okay.
But fundraising.
You're Naya Meiva.
Raising the profile of that particular government service to the point where, as we knew it, they even had their unit is more essentially paramilitary, okay? Armed, helicopters, the works. Funding, my friend. He was able to raise funds. He was a good fundraiser, okay? He was allowed to do so. What am I saying? I'm saying recognizing and acknowledging the capacities people have and giving them jobs that are commensurate with their abilities is important. Like the PS who was here before us, his first degree was in veterinary science, veterinary medicine. Then he went and studied pharmacology and toxicology.
Yes,
at the master's level.
Nairobi University of Nairobi.
At master's level.
Yeah.
Then he went and...
his PhD is in microbiology.
Soil
microbiology.
Yes. So, look at the things he has studied. So, this person is able to connect very many dots.
That's why he was very passionate, talking about cotton, talking about rice, talking about,
precisely,
coffee.
Even northern Kenya, and talking about the soil and all. He
actually runs a research center specifically on matters to do with agriculture.
Yes.
And this was before he was appointed PS.
He has actually done several of those. The point is, he is a resource in and of himself. Himself is a resource. He understands. So he talks about a subject matter that he understands.
Yes.
Good
for him. I mean, again, you were mentioning about, you talked about Dr. Richard Leakey, right?
Yes.
Was it Richard Leakey?
Yes.
I also remember, because when I was in KU, Professor Olive Mugenda, she was vice chancellor at the time. She actually wasn't, from what I saw, she didn't rely much on government funding for the university.
She was also a prolific fundraiser.
Oh, yeah. Professor Mugenda would go to China, Japan, Germany, the US. Hakuna continent na country yenye iko na pesa Professor hajaenda. And every time she went, she came back with an amazing project. She would come back, munajengewa hostels. She would come back, library inasimama, sijui how many floors iko na mpaka lift ndani. She would come back, there's an incubation center.
Olive Mugenda
built
Kenyatta University to what we see it as today.
Yes.
There are people who were before her who did their bit. But if you're talking about this monolithic structure that we refer to as Kenyatta University and the grandeur of it, that is her legacy.
Alienda akarudi, Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital ikasimama. Alienda akarudi, a modern mortuary funeral home ikasimama. Alienda akarudi, barabara within the university zikajengwa zikasimama. Alienda akarudi, hoteli, it's called the Kenyatta University Convention Center ikasimama. Yani for the 4 years I was there,
uliona maajabu.
Ile university nilipata na ile university niliwacha. Different. She built the Kenyatta University City, which hosts mali tunapendanga kwenda kununua vitu za China. It's called what? China set. Is it called China Square or something of the sort? Yeah. So what am I saying? Basically, it is because of such kinds of people who think in that kind of way that you find institutions and ministries that they hold actually advance. So you'd look at other universities and wonder, what are you guys doing? When other universities are complaining of money and shutting down and they cannot hire what and what, munaangalia KU and things are whatever. Did she have some demerits? Of course she had, and everyone
Who
doesn't.
I mean,
everyone
for heaven's
does.
sake, demerits just guarantees that you're a human being.
Exactly.
It tells us you're like everybody else. Yes.
Lakini ukiangalia the other aspects,
the uniqueness that she had.
Yes.
There was a vice chancellor at Maseno who, again, personal traits and quacks that he had, one would say, "Hey, this guy," but that man managed to buy an entire building block, which had previously belonged, I think, to the Kenya. I'm trying to remember the name of this particular insurance, Kenya Insurance Corporation.
Yeah.
Okay. He bought Kisumu Hotel. So the department that dealt with home science at the University of Maseno actually had a hotel, an actual hotel, to go and practice the whatever. Meaning, This is somebody who was business minded and ensured that the university was not just growing in terms of buildings, but the enterprises that were taught within the university had practical places where they could actually go and do what? And conduct that and put to practice that knowledge.
Yes.
The Kisumu town campus for the Maseno University was also in that building.
Yeah.
That building also housed other businesses, so they were also landlords to other businesses. There are university vice chancellors who have overseen monumental things. It has to do with the way they think.
Yeah.
Others have come and gone, and we know they were there, and that's just about it. Yes, they didn't disturb too much. They more or less left what they found.
Some of them do that because they do not want to upset the status quo. They do not want to upset. They don't want to ruffle feathers.
Actually, no. Those people don't have capacity. They are educated thoroughly. The subject matter that the experts in thoroughly, but you've given someone
kitu yenye hatambui.
Yes, ungemwacha tu chairman of the department hiyo kazi anafanya hapo ako sawa. You're giving an administrative role, but that's what you're seeing. Because it's administrative, it's managerial and entrepreneurial. The truth is, to be fair,
yes,
very few people have that combination of ability.
You know,
very
like
few.
because now, like I was telling you, by the time I was leaving Kenyatta University, I was wondering now the next person who's going to come in, surely what are they going to do? Yeah. Now, unfortunately, I don't know what Professor Anena did, but I'm sure he did something significant.
No, he maintained the status quo.
Yeah.
And he put his foot down. What are you laughing at?
No, carry on, please.
But he did.
Yeah, people will need to see your facial expression to understand why I'm laughing.
He maintained the status quo.
Yes.
And he put his foot down.
Yes.
When Uhuru, not the Uhuru government, Uhuru wanted Kenyatta land to build God knows what. He said, Apana.
That thing gave that man headache.
But that thing also gave that man momentum. We looked and said, yes, this man is able to make a stand.
Right.
That was a good thing. He wasn't going to be moved. He said, Apana.
Yeah.
Mnaweza jenga, lakini we need to do A, B, C, D.
Yes.
Yes, nimekata.
Kuna vile tu.
He knew. These things, you ignore this process. It's you.
I think when I was there, he was the DVC academic, or he was something. But anyway, good luck to him. He finally stepped down.
They removed him. He went back. Bas.
Alienda na akarudi, but sasa ametoka.
No. Pia the normal attrition, umri inafika, nini inafika, unatoka. Unaenda unafanya shughuli zingine. But he's a man with a backbone. He actually made a stand.
Being a VC in this country is a hot seat. That seat is
you only need to look at
just
look at the University of Nairobi.
Yeah, as I'm saying, being a VC in this country, that position is fiery. If you look at UON, look at KU, look at Moi.
Ask yourself, why do you think that is so?
Because universities are there's a lot of money in universities.
Thank you so very much, Paul.
There's a lot of
on
money.
This particular exam.
Yes,
100 out of 100.
Umenipatia A for excellence.
But A++, yani ni pesa.
There's a lot of money in
universities. Any pesa.
For sure.
Any pesa.
And power.
Ni pesa. Power kama haina pesa.
Yes.
Haina ladha.
The only problem I have with our universities is our research capacity.
Which one?
All of our universities.
No, which capacity are you speaking of?
In terms of we haven't realized the potential for research.
Okay, that's a very polite way of putting it.
We are not doing research. Our capacity, and I'm sure there are some professors listening to me right now.
But ni kweli.
They might want to jump on my neck.
For most people, the last time they conducted any research was either when they're doing their masters or their PhD.
Yes.
Or
beyond that,
or when they related to it, or when they were supervising students who were doing their masters or their PhD. That's the last time they actually had a relationship with it. But the culture where the university has at its core business, seeking research opportunities, teaching students how to get funding for research, and growing the research capacity in the university.
Yes.
That one, no.
Yeah.
No.
Kidogo tricky.
The reason why research, universities abroad are what they are,
and
how they attract money, they conduct research.
Yes.
research grows a university. Because with research, you get funding.
Oh, my goodness.
With funding, you enable other people to grow and to have ideas. Tomorrow, we're going to have a discussion about this with regards to medical health and looking at how capacity can be grown when you have funding. Okay?
Yeah.
But that's what you do. And then you have a body of scientists, locally grown, who know exactly what to do in terms of how to source funding, what to do with the funding, how to grow your funding capacity, and how to grow the research capacity. So you suddenly have institutions where people breathe, think, sleep, wake up, research.
Actually, I think I should invite some of my professors, perhaps in subsequent conversations.
This biotechnology thing that you studied, okay? Invite some of them because that subject matter is very interesting.
Right. We need to discuss research in its entirety, where we have shortcomings and perhaps where we need to boost a little bit so we can get to that potential.
How do you think, for instance, all these inventions that gave us Microsoft and gave us who?
How did they come about?
I mean, how do you think they came about? The people who had the idea knew professors who had taught them, who they knew could help them build on this. And these professors knew people in industry. People in industry knew.
Some of them were in industry already.
Exactly. They knew. You've heard of people funding libraries, funding hospitals. Why? Some of them were alumni. Somebody goes and donates a ton of money. And the name goes with it, so and so.
Research facility.
Yes. People who have conducted research over time create their own institutions within the university, and it's after their name. Meaning that area of specialty that they like, the funding comes in there for this.
Specifically, yeah.
Now, when you have a big body of people and this sort of funding coming in, that university has no option but to grow.
Yeah.
This squabbling we have here of, we didn't have money, we didn't have... These people are behaving like simple civil servants who are not required to do research.
Yes.
So, hii pesa inakuja imeenda wapi? Why don't you look for your own?
Actually, now that you mentioned, it's worth mentioning names such as Dr. Manu Chandaria. That man has contributed significant amounts of money towards research, incubation, growth of business within universities. For example, again, I'll talk about KU because I was there. He has this incubation center. It's called the Dr. Manu Chandaria. I think it's still called Dr. Manu Chandaria Incubation Center, where you can actually take your business idea or research idea. It's incubated, and it's, you will find lecturers there, like we were talking about, experts in those fields, who will help you grow your idea. So if you're a student, for example, at Kenyatta University, you can take your idea there, and it can become whatever it can be. If you are an outsider, I believe it's still accessible to you. And if you're not a student of Kenyatta University, you just go there, present your idea, it's incubated, turned into a business idea, and God willing, unapata pesa. Success stories actually have come from there. I've interviewed a few individuals here and there, and I think it's a good idea. We need other billionaires to get onto that bandwagon.
My friend, just think about this.
Yeah.
It hasn't grown, but we cannot say it isn't there.
Yeah.
You have Wings to Fly.
Ah, yes, by Equity Bank.
Yes, exactly. Now, the people who've gotten opportunities, they probably don't advertise as much as they should. It is significant. KCB has a program called Tujiajiri. It is a beautiful program. When you look at what they do, this hand-holding we're talking of here, what they do with people who have talent and who have ability and want to grow what they have, it is an amazing. They connect you, your business, to industry and to equipment. Can you imagine?
Imagine that.
Okay? Other banks have some really interesting products. You find a bank like Stanbic has a facility that it offers what you call the mamamboga.
Specifically?
Yes, 500 to 20,000 is a pair. What am I saying? Cooperative bank have their own. There are all these initiatives that when you look at, it's just that most people don't know about it. They can do wonderful things and change the lives of people. Now, most of the people who have money, and they are Africans, money is you keep and you look at the bank balance as often as you can just to remind yourself that you actually are well to do. And you build as many blocks of flats as you possibly can. Maybe put up a mall. Because you've seen people putting malls, and you are not trying something that other people have not done.
Yeah.
You put it up and you can see this mall thing is working. The idea of philanthropy extends to what we refer to now negatively as a black tax. But beyond that, understanding that you can actually institutionalize help so that a much broader base of people can actually benefit from this.
Yes.
Where you see it manifest is again in alumni in certain schools, mostly in some of former provincial schools and I don't know what they're called county schools and national schools. The schools that seem to do well in terms of many things is the alumni who come in.
Yes.
They put money together. Now, that thinking, when it is matured and is fully grown, is what brings about the growth we see in universities. So I studied in the Department of Commerce, or the faculty.
Yes.
I go and make a ton of money.
Yes. You come back.
And I say, guys, I'm going to give this ton of money. Every year this is what you get, and this is what I want people to
achieve.
Nimewapatia. Hii pesa inakujaga. My ask is that the people who are selected, there's a panel I have, tuna select watu wanapewa hiyo pesa wanasoma. Hii ni undergraduate wale ambao excelling wanapewa hii wanapewa hii namna hiyo. That's how you actually grow that particular process.
Yeah. And it's a good thing. It's a good thing because it actually helps. First of all, you're giving back to the community, and
yes.
Actually the community that built you. Yeah, and of course now you're also building capacity for future generations who are going to benefit from that and perhaps occupy the same space that you occupy.
Yes, and expand whatever vision you had
exactly
to greater heights and to more relevance in of that future that these people belong to.
Right.
Yes.
We want to talk about the humanitarian situation in Kenya. So we want to focus on the drought and the road accidents that we've been witnessing lately. With us in studio is the Secretary General of the Kenya Red Cross Society, Dr. Ahmed Idris. Daktari, a very good morning to you. Happy New Year. Welcome to Radio Generation.
Na pole kwa traffic.
Good morning.
Pole.
I need to get a chase car or something.
That several perhaps.
Yes. Or you can buy a bike.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
We have several electric ones that you can actually get.
Yeah, but thank you for having me this morning.
No, we are grateful that you accepted our invitation.
Right.
Thank you.
Now, straight into it, the drought situation in Kenya, just how bad is it?
Well, it's deteriorating by the day. We have a failed rain season that is affecting a number of counties. I think more than 23 counties, but there are about 11 that we're extremely concerned about. And specifically the counties of Marsabit, Mandera, Turkana, Isiolo, Wajir, Garissa, the usual suspects, as we will say. But it's particularly bad in Mandera. I think Mandera North. And by the way, this particular drought has very interesting nuances. So you could see there is one county, when you look at the numbers holistically, the county to look like it's not extremely bad. And then you look at one sub-county and the numbers are really critical. So one example is Baringo. The wider Baringo looks like, it's relatively okay. It's dry, but not really bad. But if you just focus on Tiati as a sub-county, the numbers are critical. In fact, the Tiati has one of the highest, from the most recent survey on malnutrition, it has one of the highest malnutrition rates. So, it's a difficult situation. It's deteriorating. What is concerning us more is that it is, we still have at least 2 more months of no rain, with a possibility that we may not get very good rain, so it's just a difficult time ahead.
Whenever we do have rain, one of the questions that people will ask, and perhaps they ask from a point of it could be ignorance, or maybe they don't have knowledge, or perhaps they are asking the obvious and the experts are not seeing this. Why is it that we do not have any water catchment to ensure that even in times like this, when there's drought or there's bad weather, hot weather rather, we still have water for our animals? That is number one. So when the rains are there, we don't take advantage of them. Number two, we have technology that allows us to drill wells and boreholes to ensure that we can reach water even if it's kilometers under the ground. Why are we not taking advantage of this, and especially in these areas that we consider to be very dry, such as Mandera?
Look, it's an investment problem, certainly. The thing that makes causes drought the way we know it is not just the weather. The weather is one phenomenon, the lack of rain. These communities have not benefited from appropriate investment to be able to help them deal with that particular shock,
Yes.
the lack of rain. The confluence between geography, that geographical area, the way just the landscape is, the ecological zone, the lack of rain, the continuous lack of investment in infrastructure in those areas, that is the combination that creates the problem that we're all pointing out. Why is it that we are not capturing water when it is raining so that we're able to use it in the dry period? And the simple answer is, I think it is 60 years of not caring a lot about those people. If we had factored in this into the development planning of this country over the years, we will have done exactly what people are asking. We will have put sufficient number of dams in these communities to help them in capturing the water to use it for dry periods. And the reason why now, every time we hear a conversation around we need to put up this number of dams, it's exciting. I think it is the solution, putting up not just mega dams but small dams in different places to capture water and use it during the dry period. But the second thing is, we need to ask ourselves also, why are we not putting them up? As in, why are people not investing? Why are governments not investing? By the way, let's give credit to some, from devolution perspective.
Some counties?
Yeah. Mandera North. Mandera North is one of the is the worst area affected by the drought.
Why?
Well, it's just they haven't received rain. It is there's some places that received a bit of rain. Mandera North has completely no rain, but they do have a bit of access to water, and this is because of the number of boreholes that were dug in that drilled in that sub-county over the last 10 years or so. So they have zero pasture to help them with the animals, but at least water access is much better than it was in 2023. It is much better than it was in the drought of 2011. So there is some marginal improvement in these areas.
So the water table is something that is easier to reach.
Yes, it depends. It's geographical. The geography of this country is interesting. There are places where you drill a few meters down and you get water.
Others,
you
drill a mile.
There are others, we have to go several, meters down and you get nothing. So in Mandera, for example, the Takaba area, it's difficult to get water even if you drill. It's we just have had a bad experience, all of us, in getting water in that area. The northern part much better in getting water. There are some places where we drill up to 400 meters now.
400?
So these days the technology we are trying out is to do very deep wells, go up to 400 meters.
What's the benefit of those very deep wells?
You see, the places that we've had saline water at certain depth, at depth of about 150 meters, 120 meters, we are looking at the fact that we will be a bit more successful with fresh water by going much deeper. And so there are various technologies that are being applied now to help the communities. And I tell you, the number of boreholes in this country have increased the last 15 years. There are a lot. The number of boreholes also that are breaking down and not being repaired are also equally high. I think the last number I looked at, I think we had more than 2,600 boreholes that were not functioning. And this is also for us a priority as an organization. Right now we are looking about 262 what we are calling strategic boreholes that are not functioning, to revive them and to put them up. Which brings us to the key question of, do we even take care of our own assets when they are put up as communities? And unfortunately,
do they know how to take care of these assets?
Yeah, I think, look, the practice of most organizations is when the boreholes are done, the communities are trained around how to maintain, to build capacity. I think it is a combination of many factors. It's a combination of desperation. So, for example, you can't pump for 24 hours. It's just not encouraged. You
even the machine will break down.
Yeah, but now if all the animals within a range of the 20 square kilometers of that area converge around that borehole, to give them water, you have to
Pump for 24
hours, and that breaks down. So during this dry period, we have to respond to two things: putting up new places, maintaining continuously, and looking out for the ones that are breaking down, and then continuously repairing them. So it's a difficult task. But we also have, and I must say, we just have to have an honest conversation. We are very poor in taking care of our own assets, as a people, and that is something that we have to have an honest conversation about.
Yeah. And it's interesting you say that, because I'm sure whenever those infrastructure are put up, someone is mandated with taking care of them, ensuring that they perform to their peak performance, ensuring they're well maintained. Yeah, the question would be, where is that person and why are they not doing that?
Yep, that is the governance question. Our governance mechanisms. I think CT, we are very good at blaming. When it comes to blaming government, we blame government for what they haven't done or what they do wrong. But at individual level, at community level, we really have to take our own responsibility.
It's a national sport, this blaming and kicking the can down the road.
Yeah.
Yes, you actually find, say, members of parliament whom we have given the power to represent us complaining like us, and you're wondering, what on earth is this person talking about? Yeah, and so how? What? And I'm thinking, what is this person talking about?
Right.
They have the power collectively and even individually to bring about these changes that we want, and yet it seems to be the get out of jail free card that people employ. We can't complain we don't have the expertise we do. We can't complain that the meager resources can actually be used to better the lives of people. Do you know the reason why you always see me supporting the NGCDF despite the fact that it is unconstitutional? That money can do a lot in places where no one will actually ever send a cent. That's simple.
Yeah.
That amount of money. And the things it can do are phenomenal.
Yeah.
Daktari, as far as road accidents are concerned, it looks like we keep on having this conversation every festive season of road carnage, and I'm asking myself, at what point are we going to stop having this conversation? Even before the Christmas period, we sat here with NTSA and they said, during this period we've beefed up this, officers are here, alcohol here and there, and you're wondering, why are we doing it only during the festive season? Why is it not a norm?
Yeah. Look, one of the saddest thing about this country is the fact that the mortality around road traffic crashes is, the numbers is just unacceptable. More than 4,000 people every year dying because of, road accidents. What in our language we generally refer to road traffic crashes. And the ones who are getting maimed, even more than that. If you look at the cumulative factors that are contributing to this high mortality rate, there are about 4. There are 3 that requires a public investment. That is the government taking certain initiatives. There is 1 that requires us to take that investment ourselves, and that is generally as Kenyans. And let me start with that one. If you read a small book by Chinua Achebe, The Trouble with Nigeria, it's a very interesting book. He gives a context between how indiscipline can become a criminal action. And the example he gives is the driver who decides to drive on the pedestrian walkway. At that point in time, he's being indisciplined. It's just lack of discipline. But when he hits someone, it becomes
a crime.
I think the challenge that we have is that at individual level, all of us as drivers have a discipline problem. Some of it then translates to become criminal outcomes, causes these crashes, the manslaughter and so on. We are, I think, a country of reckless drivers. Let's deal with that one. We overspeed. We have very little respect for traffic rules. In fact, we gain a lot of pride in being defiant and disrespecting rules. And let's just first solve that problem. I personally say that every time you breach a traffic rule, you lose the opportunity to comment about how bad the country is from a road outcome perspective, because we are contributing to it. So that single one is just terrible, and that one should not require NTSA. We shouldn't blame NTSA for not doing their job. They should do the enforcement work. The second one that now requires a deep investment from government is a road design perspective. I think we have accepted, all of us as Kenyans, that there are some particular road points that require redesign.
Yes.
And I think and we need to do, because they're contributing to, there are some spots that are contributing to a very high percentage of the outcome of these accidents, and we famously know them as black spots. And some of these black spots are more road design problem. The third one is we have so you divide them to prevention, and then there is, after the accident, how do you reduce the number of people who die? And that's now where our business usually is. Our business is we expect other people to focus on having a conversation on the first two. We will focus on, if a road traffic crash happens, then how do we save more lives? How do we ensure that we do not have more losses than required? And there are 2 points. Our public health system, the way it was designed, the locations of hospitals and the capacities of these hospitals are not planned in such a manner that we are able to move one high critical case to another. That system is not interconnected properly. So the referral mechanism, where do you move a person who has a head injury when he's in a place called Bangal, for example, in on the way to Garissa? The nearest place is Garissa. If Garissa does not have a neurosurgeon, we don't have the equipment for being able to deal with that, chances of saving the life there becomes. So an investment in the trauma capacity of the country is critical, and that is something that we have been doing as an organization over a period of time. We are now, as an organization, we are the largest owners of fleet of ambulances, 128 ambulances that every day are responding to road traffic crashes, picking people,
for medical emergencies.
Medical emergencies, and mostly, by the way, road accidents. And that investment needs to be made more in the country. We need to have the ability for the hospitals to receive trauma patients. Many hospitals, every time we take a patient, then in some of the comments you initially start getting it, no, we're not able to deal with this case here. And so we need to think about how much investment we put into ability to just handle trauma incidences in the country.
Like, for example, what apart from head injuries, what else can't these institutions handle?
Look, I think the facilities are designed at different levels. There's different grading, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5. By government policy, yes, there are facilities that every facility, depending on the level, is supposed to deal with different issues. The thing with trauma is that it is generally, let's say, requires a higher level of investment from an equipment perspective, from a training perspective, and it's not something that we have done continuously. Right now, by the way, it is being done. 2 years ago, the emergency medical services policy was adopted by the government, something we've been pushing for 15 years to be done. Just have a clear emergency medical services policy. We have started putting in place mechanisms for training doctors for trauma. So we are now moving with that, and we hope that over a period of time this is something that will improve well. But the final one again is this compliance and enforcement mechanism. We have a problem. Yeah, we have a problem. What do we do with a person who breaches rules?
What do you do with a person who has embodied and embraced impunity as something that is normal in their lives?
Yeah, that's the question.
You see, the thing about the power of example, excuse me, it's also the power of permission. When somebody who is in authority flagrantly disregards the rule of law, it's not just the example, they're giving permission. That's what they don't know. Have you seen when these many black cars that we have with some blue strobes,
The sirens.
yes, decide to drive on the right side of the road, okay, people follow.
Yeah.
People move out, or an ambulance, people give space for an ambulance.
Yeah.
You have given license for other people to follow that ambulance.
Yes.
And then all you require is somebody not to move at that end. Then you have a gridlock and then nothing moves. How do we, this is like a natural pastime for Kenyans, and you put it well, to disregard the law. It's impunity.
Yeah.
We've actually grown to take it as one of the things that we celebrate as a cultural trait that you see in Kenyans, our disregard for the law.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm stuck in traffic with an ambulance and I'm wondering what in the world is going on.
Yeah.
Yes.
We are in the same traffic. A cop can clearly hear the sirens. Lakini huko mbele nothing is moving. Hawafungui.
Yeah, and that's what I meant by our emergency medical architecture as a country. We have challenges, and these are challenges that need to be addressed over a period of time, and that's the most important one. But let me start with the one of just the public even knowledge on first aid. So as an organization this year and next year, we've decided we want to invest in public knowledge of first aid, starting with just school children.
Excellent.
We've given up on you guys. It's too late.
Let me ask, do you still have those clubs that used to be in school?
Yes.
Okay,
So
very good.
So we are investing, I think 2026, 2027, big part of our work will be on investing, growing our clubs in schools and growing knowledge of first aid in children. So this is something we want to do for free because we want to improve the ability and knowledge of every person to save someone's life. And knowledge of first aid, by the way, the data now shows across the world, it improves the chances of reducing a fatal outcome of these incidences. It reduces by up to 26%.
That's huge.
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge. That the data shows. So we've said young children, we're going to get them when they're still young. We're going to train them in schools, the upper primary schools, in high schools, and we hope we will have a community of people who are ready to provide first aid when it's needed. Because, you know, sometimes when we see how people are being removed from these accidents, for those of us who have a bit of the knowledge, we cringe. We're like, they should have left him in the car. He was better off.
They have caused more damage.
Yeah, more damage is being done. But what we've also done, City, now is we have mapped this country and we have identified 36 sites across the country where we'll be placing response vehicles with response teams to support in road traffic crashes, and all of them will be within a 20-kilometer range from the black spots. Hopefully, at least we can't do much in preventing, in having discipline on Kenyan roads or in redesigning the roads. But as an organization, we are committed to preventing, the much worse outcome in terms of the number of people who are dying.
Okay. Yeah. Daktari, we've come to the end of the show. Thank you so much. As much as we've had a short period.
We were just getting into it.
Yes. Nitarudi tu poleni lakini.
No, bwana tunakaribisha because this discussion is actually really very important.
Yeah, it is actually important. Now, I'm told that we might have a little bit more time. Let's first of all just get into the traffic. We get into the news, then we just proceed there. Sawa, nimeambiwa hiyo news ikae kidogo. So daktari, there's someone who's made a comment here. Nimeambiwa na Martin Gitari, or rather Martin Gitari is saying, let's have road safety as part of school curriculum. What do you think about that? Road safety as part of the curriculum, and perhaps not just being told look left, look right, because I remember that's part of what we were taught, but also just deeper conversations about, especially what we've just talked about.
But do you practice the look right, look left now?
I hardly cross roads, but whenever I do, I actually do it. Yes.
No, look, that's first is an excellent suggestion, and
Right.
not just on road safety. General risk reduction, disaster risk reduction is something that we should be teaching in communities as part of the curriculum. I think road safety, first aid, general risk reduction at communities ought to be combined into something that young people learn in school. And yeah, we will continue pushing for that. We have now a road safety program for young people. By the way, globally speaking,
yes,
young people are the easiest individuals to use to effect community change.
True.
So I give you an example of hand washing. The data across the world shows that when more children were taught hand washing, families were able to practice it at home.
Yes.
I think children will keep reminding their fathers and their mothers, let's wash hands and so on. So the strategy of working with young people to take knowledge home to their communities is something that will work, and that's an investment that we'll continue to do. Road safety for young people, general knowledge of disaster, working with young people. So an excellent comment.
You know, you mentioned about our road design and also just the state of our roads. You know, sometimes you can be driving along a place like, let's say, Mombasa Road, and you just find this huge pothole emanating literally out of nowhere. So you can imagine someone who's not been to Nairobi for the last, say, 5 years.
Not 5 years.
Yeah.
1 month.
So they are driving into this great county of ours at breakneck speeds, and then kidogo hivi anaona tu potola kuacha hapo hivyo last month, and then now they have to swerve, and in the process hit several other road users in the process. So that is also one of the major problems we are facing, just the state of our roads.
Yeah. By the way, hiyo ni swali nyeti, as we say. Let's start with the fact that we should not be hitting these potholes at those speeds.
Yes. We should not be driving at those speeds.
Shida kwanza inaanza na hiyo. But yes, it's something of great concern, and that's why I started by saying the road design and the road situation, that's one of the largest causes. But if we know our roads are not good, if we know there could be surprises, as City is saying, 1 month away and something could appear, then what I wonder is, why will we want to drive with our children at speeds of 120, 140 kilometers?
Let's look at that. And if you're talking about roads, the designs influence the budgeting of the road. So the designs are usually okay. They're really okay. If you are privy to, say, like the design of Mombasa Road with the expressway and everything, there are all manner of things that road was supposed to have. Bus stops, what have you. But when now the agency in charge of roads that is supposed to supervise that gets to work, the road isn't quite as broad as it was in the design. The stormwater drainage is a narrow gutter. The bus stop just disappears altogether. They were budgeted for. Okay. If there's enough noise, then you'll find somebody comes there. This is what it's not true, I'm being facetious, but it's like they come and paint the road black. Because it rains once. That pothole that was there, one day, the second day, you see it coming back. It doesn't come back fully. So, again, we have developed certain cultures that the individuals who encourage it and seem to benefit from it seem blind to the fact that this isn't something that is going to inconvenience only these other people. These things tend to inconvenience everybody. If the road network is bad and you live in this delightful area and there's a jam, you have the money to actually pay for an ambulance to come and collect you. The ambulance can't come and get you. What do you think is going to happen? It can't. I mean, they want to, but they can't.
You still haven't helped the situation.
Because of that nonsense that you were party to creating, one never sees how this affects them. When a road is built and it should be 50 meters and you decide that you're going to slice off 10 meters. So it's a narrow, I'm being facetious. It's a walking path.
Yeah.
Now, how do you expect vehicles to actually maneuver on that road? Let's say you have a lorry. You're supposed to have street lights. Like that Mombasa road, you're supposed to have street lights. There are no street lights. What happens when it rains? The road is slippery, visibility is terrible. What happens? There's a spot. There's a spot on the way to that Firestone place. There was always an accident. Always, every other day there was an accident. And you can tell why. You have that long thoroughfare and there's no way to turn around. You have to more or less go to Changombe for you to, I mean, utter madness. But anyway.
Yeah. But the long and short is, we as a country, we just need to improve, and we need to reduce the number of people who are dying unnecessarily.
Yeah, true. Thank you so much, Daktari, for making time. We appreciate the fact that we have had that opportunity, and kama kawaida mimi husema there's always another time for this conversation to continue. Yeah,
asante sana. Thank you.
Yes, that is Dr. Ahmed Idris. He is the Secretary General, Kenya Red Cross Society. Coming up next is none other than the Deputy Leader for Democracy for the Citizens Party, that is Honorable Cleophas Malala, who is joining us shortly. So don't go too far. We will be right back.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. When leaders speak, can you listen?
The system or intelligence, they are very clever. You can be balanced in one way or the other without knowing they are balancing you.
And every morning they speak here on the People's Breakfast.
It cannot be that we will only be the leaders of this revolution when we come to the media stations. But then when people die, we do not say that we are the ones who sent them there.
Don't miss the People's Breakfast tomorrow morning on Radio Generation 88.8 Nairobi. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 11 minutes past 9 o'clock. Salamu zimfikie Boaz Waruku. Amesema City inform Buvi that all universities are busy doing research. The difference is that it's done in partial fulfillment of the requirements of a particular degree and archived. Innovation is low.
Him is being polite, low. Innovation. Even the low one.
Thank you so much, Field Marshal Warugu, for that one. All right. So, like I told you, we do have Honorable Cleophas Malala. He is the Deputy Leader, Democracy for the Citizens Party, DCP. Mheshimiwa, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too.
Yeah.
City. Happy New Year.
Habari masiku lakini.
Salama. Yeah.
It is nice to see you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. And it's nice to see you practicing something you do very well.
Which is?
You're actually one of the most courageous politicians I've ever seen.
Wow, thank you.
You wade into waters that other people fear looking at. Yes.
Yes, indeed. Over the weekend, we saw drama with your party leader.
Yes.
That is Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. Yes. What's up with that?
I wouldn't call it drama. It was a tragedy.
Yeah.
A very unfortunate event, horrific. We were going to a church service, just like any other Kenyan who has the freedom of worship, we decided to go and worship with the people of Witima in Othaya constituency. Personally, I'm an Anglican, and therefore I was very excited that at least I was going to worship in a different diocese from my diocese in Masena North. Upon arrival, we were welcomed at the church, and the service began. We were barely a third into the service. Actually, to be specific, we were doing the second reading. We had loud bangs out there, tear gas were lobbed in the church, gunshots. We were surprised. We thought maybe there was a raid in the neighboring institution. When we tried to go outside to check what was going on, we found out goons escorted by police officers shooting at us. We retaliated, and we went back to the church and locked the doors. But they persisted. They sustained the attack for around 25 minutes. 25 minutes. All they were doing was to lobby tear gas inside the church.
Yes.
They wanted to us to suffocate inside and then maybe leave the church. I saw children crying. I saw mothers uncontrollably and in a panic mode trying to salvage their children from the choking gas. The worst iconography that I experienced that day was when I saw young children going to the altar and kneeling, facing the Calvary, the cross of Calvary, praying to the Lord to save them. That showed that they had reached the last extent of hope. And to me, I thought for once that we had overstretched. As a leadership of this country, that was very insensitive of somebody even to contemplate attacking children and women and congregants in a church. Why would they have waited for us? Maybe after the service, we were planning to do a rally outside. To me, that kind of intolerance, political intolerance, should not be entertained in this country.
Yeah.
And having come out of such a situation during the 2007-2008 post-election violence, you remember the Kiambaa massacre? We had people, almost 40 people being
burned
burned
alive.
alive in the church. You remember when that young a boy was trying to crawl outside the church, outside the inferno. Then some cruel man got hold of the child and threw him back in the fire. Such horrific flashbacks are not supposed to be entertained in this country. Considering that we are headed to the general election,
yes,
we need to exercise a lot of political tolerance.
Woman Rep Betty Maina has been mentioned severally because of that particular incident. She has also responded by saying that it was stage managed. What do you have to say about that?
She's been orchestrating this violence since during the by-election, even before the by-election, because everywhere we go, because if you realize that the police officers who are accompanying the goons were not police officers from Othaya, were police officers from Murang'a, some of them from Murang'a, but they are being coordinated from the headquarters. She has been given...
Which headquarters?
Nairobi headquarters.
Vigilance House?
Yes. Said, and I want to challenge Said, the regional commandant, to be accountable. The matter is being handled, purportedly being handled, with the internal affairs unit. And I think truth will eventually come out. So the lady has been leading that operation. Her and the husband, Honorable Eric Wamumbi.
Right.
Even that morning.
That is the MP for Madeira.
Yes. Even that morning, they met with the goons at their home in Madeira, made them breakfast, came for the attack. After the attack, they went back to celebrate. She made lunch for them. We located their numbers. We found they were there. And it's quite unfortunate that a woman who is a mother can orchestrate violence against children and women in church.
Which one is a question I want to ask, because this puzzles me. To what end? I mean, all this, to what end?
What are they hoping to achieve?
I think our president has panicked.
Why have we jumped from the MP of Madeira and the women rep to the president?
Because the MP of Madeira and the Murang'a women rep are just simply agents of William Ruto.
How do we know this?
They even fly in Air Force One together.
Are they the only people who fly in Air Force One?
The backstops are the leader of this country. You know very well, huh?
It does.
And nobody else can control and command police officers. You know, you are given 2 police vehicles.
Yes.
You are given goons. Betty Maina was the one commanding this team in Narok during the by-elections. She was there. This particular team.
Yeah.
Second, Betty Maina's bodyguard, personal bodyguard, the bodyguard attached to Betty Maina, is the one leading the operation.
Okay.
When we went to Kagio, the same officers who attacked us in Odhaya are the same ones who attacked us in Kagio. They're the same officers who attacked us in Narok. And therefore it's a special squad. If you realized Odhaya Church, the SEK Wetima Church, is barely 150 meters away from a police station. We were attacked twice, like on the same day. They attacked us, retreated, and then came back again for a second attack while we were still in the church. The local police officers did not even attempt to come and salvage us.
Mheshimiwa, kuna kitu ningependa kujua kwa sababu before we even get to again talk about Betty Maina, the former DP has got his own security as well.
Yeah.
And they're armed. I know, some of them are police officers as well. What is usually their task at such a time?
It must be known to Kenyans that Rigathi Gachagwa's security was withdrawn.
So he's no longer protected by the state? He
has no armed police officer.
Okay.
My security was withdrawn. We do not have security officers. Even our members of parliament who support us, their security, all their security officers were withdrawn. They went back to SGB. And that calls for the head of state or whoever gave that directive to know that if today anything happens to Rigathi Gachagua, this country will no longer be the same. If today anything happens to any opposition leader, and it's the duty of government to give security to its citizenry, and especially high-profile leaders like Rigathi Gachagua.
Yes.
Having been a deputy president, that alone should accord him some minimum level of respect. I want to remind William Ruto that William Ruto was the deputy president for Uhuru Kenyatta. In the history of Kenya, or rather in the history of mankind, William Ruto is or was the most insubordinating deputy president a country has ever had. But Uhuru Kenyatta respected him, tolerated him, and even gave him security. He didn't mistreat him to that level.
But he mistreated him.
Yes, he mistreated him strategically.
Actually, sometimes the mistreatment was out in the open. You see, the thing is, by the time the public gets to know, it's in the open. It's not behind closed doors
But you see, there was a subtle way, some subtle way of mistreatment. You know, Uhuru Kenyatta decided to suspend all the cabinet meetings and therefore blocked him out of decision making. But William Ruto
withdrew the funding from his office, did he not?
Not entirely. At least he used to get a salary. His vehicles were being fueled, you know, in a subtle way. And you know. But in this case, William Ruto is sending police officers to shoot. You know. I want to shoot at us. You saw those videos.
I've seen some of those videos. Let me tell you why you see me asking the questions the way I'm asking them. You have been Secretary General of
UDA. Yes.
Okay. But before then, you were in ODM. Am I right?
No, I was in ANC.
That's the ODM I'm speaking of.
Hizo chama zingine zote kwa ni ODM.
Yes. That's what I said. But one of the things that someone who has the political experience you have will know about the centers of power that exist around a president.
Yes.
And you will also know, better than I do, that sometimes these centers of power act without the knowledge of the president. Am I saying something that is completely out of turn, or is it something that happens?
To some extent, true. But, City.
Yes.
This is not the first attack.
No.
On us. We've been attacked 16 times. We have documented, we have complained to IPOA, we've complained to the IG, to no avail of success. Nothing has happened. We've had political pronouncements from the president before that we are not going to entertain such. We've had pledges from the Cabinet Secretary of Interior. Even up to today, City, if the president was genuine, or the Cabinet Secretary for Interior was genuine, as we speak right now, almost 72 hours after that incident, the police have not even visited the scene. They say they are investigating. They have not even visited the scene. We've not even been called to record any statements. 72 hours. But you remember Jirongo's death? They were briefing us hourly, as though they were lawyers. In fact, they were coming to tell us, this was not an accident. This was hourly. Now here is an incident whereby children's life were at risk. Mothers were suffocating. The clergy were desperate on the altar. And then the president, 72 hours down the line, has said nothing. You know very well our president is a talking machine. You know that. He responds to everything. He responds to everybody who tries even to challenge him. He even responds to Boda people. He is the master of ceremony in those Nyota ceremonies, Nyota functions. He becomes even the master of ceremony. He wants to talk to every person. He comments on every topic. You want to tell me today, the whole world is talking about that incident. The president has said nothing? Nothing?
Mheshimiwa, as far as police conduct is concerned, doesn't the buck stop with the IG?
The buck stops with the leadership of this country. The buck stops with William Ruto. The moment you are the head of the family, normalize certain things in your house. I think that your children will just pick it up from who you are.
Yeah.
The IG has been police is not independent.
The institution or the individual holding the post? The
institution is not independent. You know, we've seen police officers who have committed heinous act.
Yeah,
being promoted. I don't know. Come on. We've seen, like, for example, the deputy IG, DIG Langat, has been accused. He has integrity issues on issues of monies, on issues of, you remember he was accused for killing a young boy in police cells. He was accused.
He was accused.
Yes, he was accused.
Yes.
But as we speak right now, he's among the competitive candidates to take over. Sometimes, public trust, once it erodes, come on,
Mheshimiwa, I agree with what you're saying, but there's a gentleman called Talam.
Yes.
Who is in the dock even now as we speak on the death of Ojwang.
The OCS, former OCS of Central?
Yes. You see, in this country, I believe you are innocent until proven guilty. Am I right, or have I missed something?
You are right.
You see, if it wasn't Kenya, and if there were so many grey areas that we deal with on a regular basis where you're not really sure where the truth lies, what you're saying would be cut and dry. Okay? But you have knowledge that Paul and I do not have. Why? Because you've been at the center of the seat of power. You've been right there. So you understand the things that happen, how they happen, who moves what, who doesn't, who is in the kitchen cabinet, who is in the cabinet in the kitchen. All these things you know. Now, when we look at the attacks that you've mentioned, because you're talking about a series of things that have happened over time, are you ruling out any possibility that there is no ambitious person who is trying to get the president's attention by showing that he understands how best to deal with problems that the president he perceives may have or she perceives may have, and that these are orders that were directly given by the president? Because that would be an accusation that would be difficult to prove.
To me, I believe the president is responsible, specifically on these sustained attacks against the opposition and not really the entire opposition regarding Gachagua. President William Ruto is a very calculative politician.
And all politicians calculating?
No. If you listened to the texture of my expression, you'll realize what I'm saying. He's a very calculative politician. He knows when he's winning and when he's losing. He knows what is making him lose. As we speak right now, President Ruto is cognizant of the fact that he has lost the mountain. President Ruto is cognizant of the fact that he has lost the Kamba vote. President Ruto is not sure about the Luo vote. You saw yesterday how Winnie Odinga was trying to juggle. He was in one of the local TV stations. She was trying to juggle in between assuring Ruto that yes, we are with you, but at the same time telling Ruto a typical example of his father, of her father. I mean, and Ruto is living in some realm of uncertainty. He's not sure. Everybody has held him hostage.
Okay.
ODM have insisted they want to have a pact with Ruto right now, and it should be signed right now, because they know his habits. He's deceitful. So they want to sign that agreement now. They want him to give them the deputy president position now, because they know that if we allowed Ruto to sign these things 3 months of the elections, ataturusha. So just a moment. So Ruto is in a position whereby if he signs that ODM pact right now,
yes,
Kindiki and the entire mountain goes, and he knows he cannot work without the mountain. So he's in a catch-22 situation. Both yes and no are wrong for him. He's cooked. Ruto is cooked.
Let me ask you this question. I hear what you're saying.
Ruto has promised lawyers that after he exits, he's going to hand over power to lawyers. Now we are asking.
So the powers are his to hand over.
Yeah, according to him, according to his imagination. Now, the ODM guys know that. That's why they are saying we must sign this pact right now. If today William Ruto commits to ODM on the deputy president seat, he loses the entire Western. Ruto is cooked. Ruto is cooked. Ruto is gone.
Why would he give ODM the deputy president seat. Why?
I don't know. That is what ODM is demanding.
That is what a faction of ODM is demanding.
Yes.
From what I observe, it isn't the entirety of ODM.
The other ODM is demanding for presidency. One faction is demanding for deputy president, the other one wants presidency. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. Ruto is cooked.
But let me ask this question. If you are referring to a quandary, he's between a rock and a hard place.
Yes.
Is this situation more difficult at the time when he was facing the trial at The Hague?
You know, those are legal issues. We're talking about
the outcome of that particular issue that he had, Chief. That was jail waiting.
Yes. Well, what I'm saying is, we are evaluating the current political climate.
Yes.
We are evaluating the realization of 2-term or 1-term scenarios. What I'm simply saying is that William Ruto overcalculated. Alipanga hesabu he overcalculated. He wanted everybody on board. He had a sure block of 4 million votes from the mountain. He decided to gamble, to let the 4 million votes go, to run and consolidate 1.5 million votes. He is even unable to get that 1.5 million votes. Nyanza has been relegated into a Luo thing because Kisses have cut off. They will not be with Ruto. Kambas will not be with Ruto. Mount Kenya, the entire Mount Kenya community will not be with William Ruto. Western region, we will not be with William Ruto. William Ruto will be with Wetangula, Mudavadi, and a few people.
See, I know what Western,
I'm telling you.
And a few people.
Yeah. So tell me arithmetically, because politics is about arithmetics.
All right.
Numbers.
I like the numbers.
William Ruto already knows that with the current numerical formation in the united opposition, he is likely not to manage. I want to remind you, you remember in 2007, Kibaki, in as much as people said that he stole the elections, even if he stole like 100,000 or 200,000 votes from Tharaka Nithi. Remember, Kibaki was alone with Mudi Awori at the running mate, who even failed in his constituency. You remember in Funyula?
Yes, I remember very well.
But Kibaki managed to put up a fight. Him alone. Against Raila, William Ruto, Musalia Mudavadi, and the rest of the country, Najib Balala,
Charity Ngilu.
The entire country. They tried to consolidate, but they didn't manage. In 2013, Raila Odinga was the prime minister. Kalonzo Musyoka was the vice president. They had a collabo plus all those guys, Wetangula and the rest. Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, arithmetics, was enough to win by a landslide. So in this country, as we speak right now, Kikuyus plus any other tribe in the Big Five, it's a done deal. Whether you launch how many roads, whether you speak how many Singapores, whether you do what, Kikuyus as a block, plus any other tribe in the Big Five, it's a done deal. As we speak right now, Kikuyus are there, intact, and that is what Ruto is trying to disintegrate. Kambas are there more than ever before. And then plus us, we are the ones who are called any other. Ruto is cooked.
Let me ask you something. The arithmetic that you speak of is the arithmetic that higher ups in the political food chain speak.
Yes.
Are you telling me that the voter who is the Mwananchi has the same understanding as you, and that this prophecy that you are now speaking of is what represents what the citizenry will actually do?
In fact, the voters' perception or interpretation to this situation is even worse. I was just talking about the tribal formations. We have another. Do you know the biggest tribe right now in Kenya? Do you know?
What are they called? Gen Z?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Gen Z is the second biggest.
All right. Which one is the biggest?
The biggest tribe in Kenya right now are the pay slip owners.
The working class.
Pay slip owners.
Why are they the biggest?
One, they're breadwinners. They're influencers. They influence their families. Those guys have been burdened. I can tell you for free. We will only have a foolish payslip holder who will walk to go and vote for William Ruto. Somebody was earning 50,000 5 years ago. Like take home, net 50,000. Right now, that person is earning 31,000 shillings. Yes, for the last 5 years, he has been having salary increment. That shows, yes, the salary was increased, but that payslip has been overburdened with taxes. Look, the SHA thing, 11 billion gone within a year. 11 billion. Fiscal hemorrhage. You remember we were told that we are changing from NHIF to SHA because the system, we had people who are
More secure.
More secure. More secure, 11 billion. This system was procured. The owner of this system is David Ndi and the wife. David Ndi. You know, it is in public. Go.
Actually, I don't have that knowledge.
No, that's why you invited me. That's why you invited me
I don't
to
know
disseminate
this.
such knowledge.
Yes. And there's evidence to support what you're saying.
Go look at the company that owns that system. Look at the CR12. You'll get the wife to David Ndi. He's a director.
Okay. Is she the only director?
No, but she's part of that, and you see that she's part of that. So this 11 billion.
No, I'm laughing at you, City, because you know what Mheshimiwa is trying to say.
No. Mheshimiwa knows me well, and he and I are good friends. Okay, we are on air. It is live.
Yes.
Mheshimiwa is a sane, sober man. He is not some crazy person who's saying things. But it is my job here
to ensure
that I understand exactly what he's saying. If he and I were sitting somewhere drinking uji and we're chatting, I would just agree with everything he's saying. I am not sitting down drinking uji. We are talking about something very serious in regard to the nation.
All right.
And he has the opportunity to present his case and to also talk about the evidence that he has to support his case.
Adel,
that is really what we're talking about.
3 months ago,
yes,
we were taken through some PR stunt by Adel Duale, the DCI, and the IG. Adel Duale came with some files that he's investigating.
Files?
Yeah.
Critical files?
Yes. Handing over to the IG. We have not had a single file.
A single case.
A single file conclusively, investigation conclusively being done. Today, instead of people looking for these 11 billion, they should just ask Aden Duale to call the wife to Ndi so that Ndi briefs his boss. This money is shared between Adel Duale. He knows where this money is. The wife to David Ndi, let them tell us how these economic advisories come from David Ndi. How is it a coincidence that he advises and then the wife wins the tender for the system and then the system loses at 11 billion shillings?
You know
what
you've said is this, that David Ndi's wife is the director in the company that procured this.
Yes.
And I asked you a
at
question,
104 billion.
Even if it was 300 billion,
yes,
you didn't answer the question I asked. Is she the only director?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, but
Mheshimiwa,
actually it does.
I don't know the rest. I know David Ndi's wife.
You see,
you know.
The only way what you're saying gains master, and in my opinion has traction, is if we make a statement and we support it. If you say she's a director and there's proof, that's all we know.
She's one of the directors.
Yes, she is one of the directors.
Yes.
Let me explain to you why I'm saying this. Let me take it back to the earlier discussion we had about Rigathi Gachagua. How exactly does the president benefit from the mayhem that we saw in that church? How Are you saying the president does not know that if somebody is attacked in his home area, the president's his own standing will reduce and that he'll become more unpopular?
No.
Are you saying he doesn't know that?
No, their thinking is that we need to intimidate these guys so that they slow down on the momentum.
What momentum?
Politics is the art of mobilizing people politically to move with you ideologically with your ideologies or your agenda, and therefore they know very well that Rigathi Gachagua, if left unmarked, you saw what the impact he had by making one statement about Northeastern, one statement, and the entire Northeastern has flipped. Pap, William Ruto was registering Somalis. In the mind, he knew that if I register Somalis, they'll come and vote for me. Rigathi Gachagua spent 5 minutes on a radio. He has flipped the entire effort. Now William Ruto has slowed down registering Somalis.
What powers does William Ruto have for registering people?
But policy, the one who stands on top of a knee and saying...
No, I'd like to know how he registers Somalis.
Policy, let me tell you one thing.
Yes.
Registering Somalis,
yes,
but they have been marginalized for a very long time, and the process of them being registered has been slow because of verification. There's a lot of vetting. There's a lot of verification because of their border dynamics there. William Ruto decided that he will remove all that bureaucracy and register them just like any other person.
Is that not in line with our constitution, where citizens of a country are now beginning to enjoy their rights?
But that you cannot, not at the expense of the country's security.
Meaning what? That all the insecurity we have in this country comes from the northern counties?
No. That border, that border has got issues, and we must live within realistic borders. Northeastern border, if that border is left unchecked, we will go back to the days of terrorists coming to Westgate, terrorists bombing American embassy, terrorists. You cannot allow your borders to be porous. The wisdom behind vetting and verification was that, so that we were not saying that these people are not Kenyans. We are saying that we want the area chief to assure us huyu mtoto alizaliwa hapa.
And how long does that take?
It doesn't matter. What we are saying is removing the entire process
is what you have a problem with.
Yes.
You're saying the entire vetting process was removed?
Yes.
Let me ask you something. When somebody goes to get registration for, say, an ID,
yeah,
even if you're as dark as me,
yeah,
you're still verified.
You go to your chief.
Yes.
And then but you see, the process of verification at the border was a little bit more intense than the one being done because of security issues.
But let me give you a different scenario here. You see, the assumption, not by you, the assumption when we talk of security or insecurity is that it must be policed adequately. So we are saying that security forces and people in the disciplined forces are the people we rely on for security. And I say, no, we don't. The real security is the people. If you have a disgruntled people who feel they're being treated like second-class citizens, it is very easy for them to align with these very people we're referring to as terrorists. If they feel they are part and parcel of this country that we are in, they will be the first line of security that we are speaking of.
Yes.
Because they know each other and they even know the visitors who have come into their region.
You see, City, let me tell you one thing. At the border there, we have clans which overlap in both countries, in neighboring counties. For example, we have a clan that is in Kenya, partly, and also is in Somalia. And it overlaps. Now, if you remove this vetting, the vetting process, you'll find that all those people who were born in Somalia will come and register as Kenyans. And they are not Kenyans by birth or registration. Or the third one is?
Naturalization.
So the vetting process is not in any way a process meant to marginalize or
Segregate.
profile, segregate.
Yes, actually, it is.
No, it's
If you
not.
look at the history of that process,
And that process, city, is done even in other borders. When you go to Luakaka in Mount Elgon, the vetting is done.
is it done in Busia?
Yes, it is done.
With the vigor that it's
Yes,
done in northern Kenya?
Go to
Namanga?
Teso. Go to Teso. Go to Tesoland. Go to Tesoland. Vetting is done because we have Tesos who are in Kenya.
Yes.
And Tesos who are in Uganda.
We do.
And therefore, it's only that the magnitude in northeastern is bigger than the magnitude in
Because
Teso.
of the perceived
But
threat.
Yes. So
the threat isn't perceived. The threat from Al-Shabaab or ISIS or what have you is real. It's not something that is perceived.
Yes.
And I am saying that this process may seem to be what will eliminate that threat. And I'm saying, this is my view. The real security are the locals. Locals know each other.
Yes.
Locals know visitors.
Yes.
If someone does not feel patriotic towards a country, it is very easy for them to sell that country. And the marginalization that individuals from that region have endured. Moyale borders Ethiopia. Same thing. Do they have the same problem? You talk about couriers in Migori County. Have the same issue. Do they have the same problem? Look, the argument is clear. Couriers in Tanzania do not have terrorist threats. When you're talking about the Samia, they are not terrorist threats. Okay? Tesos and the Pokots, with the Karamajong, there was a problem because Karamajong were armed.
Yes.
And their arguments that a lot of the ammunition found its way into Kenya,
Yes.
moved to the Kerio Valley. And you will find, as I say right now, there are people who will argue that some of these so-called bandits in those regions are even better armed than our own people. Where do you think they get their arms from? We have an insecurity problem, but that is because those regions where these people come from are insecure. That is why these groups can have a foothold. The so-called government of Somalia is fighting these people because there are regions that these people control. And yet if you look at our border, that porous border, there's a region where part of the Somali government of the breakaway support, there'll be a region where Al-Shabaab are, there's another region where it is porous because you have a large number of people who are affected by whatever quarrels they may have or whatever beliefs they may have. If dealing with Kenya peacefully represents benefit to them, they will understand it. I cannot say that I've seen the evidence that this vetting process, which has been taking place all that time, even when there was a Dusit attack, there was the attack on Westgate. See, the vetting was taking place. Exactly.
But basically, my thinking is the historical marginalization of that area.
Yes.
And I think I want to thank the fighters of the new constitution, the people who brought in the new constitution, which really tried to ensure that marginalization is sorted out. From 2013, I think that region has been able to get
funding
to be able to cover up on the deficiencies they had in the earlier years. Unfortunately, those leaders again are not taking advantage of the new constitution.
How?
We've seen monies going to Northeastern in billions. But if you demand for accountability of that money, you don't get it. We've seen children going to school under a tree. You know, CDF is CDF.
But
Just a moment. CDF in Kakamega can build a class. CDF in Moyale should build a class. At least a class. You know, we have had county governments receiving monies. Yesterday I saw the chairman, COG, the governor for Wajir, right? He was trying to insinuate that the governors in the Northeastern are doing much more than a governor in an ideal county.
An ideal county.
An ideal county. Let's say
a county
Nyeri.
that has enjoyed privilege for a long time.
Let's say Nyeri, right? Mm-hmm. And he was saying that he has constructed MTC. I looked at that governor and I wondered, why would you be constructing an MTC and you don't have an ECD? Schedule 4 is very clear on the functions of a county government.
Are you saying that the entire county doesn't have ECDs?
But we've seen, you've seen children learning under a tree. Do we have enough ECDs? In Kakamega, we are pushing to have, at least in every ward, we should have, in every primary school, should have an ECD constructed by the county government.
How many?
Because in the education, the ECD aspect and the polytechnic aspect are the functions that have been devolved.
Mheshimiwa, why are we getting into the business of these individuals when the Auditor General documents faults that literally every county in this country has when it comes to those funds? Your party leader poked the bear.
Yes.
Why did he feel it was necessary for him to give us a rundown and account of the provinces where the Kenyan Somalis are in? When the Auditor General gives us a report, anybody who cares to read can read it, and we know. Why? Why did he feel it was his business to actually make it an issue?
No. For a very long time, the people of Somali have not found a voice to amplify their needs.
So he wants to be their voice?
No, it doesn't matter. He's a Kenyan leader. Yes, he wants to be their voice. He's a Kenyan leader. And you see, as we speak right now, we are experiencing drought in the Northern Eastern. Those leaders are not saying anything. Drought. And let me tell you, City, as we are enjoying here coffee and biscuits, in Northeastern, as we speak right now, do you know, when God was creating a camel, he gave the camel attributes to sustain harsh conditions in areas like Northeastern. As we speak right now, those camels are dying. What about human beings? No Northeastern leader has come out to say, come on, we want you to declare that drought a national disaster. They were in State House the other day. They were saying two term, and your people are dying. That is what Rigathi Gachagua was saying. Let me tell you one thing.
Mheshimiwa, you come from a community which neighbors mine, and we're a loud people.
Yes.
We talk a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
And we're extremely opinionated.
Yes.
Some people are not.
But you see, representation, boss.
Yes.
Even if you're not talking, have they brought a motion in Parliament?
We are almost running out of time.
Let me tell you one thing. And then the governor, the COG chair, after Rigathi has pushed him, he decides to go and launch a cup of porridge. And do a photo and say, now we are, come on.
If an MP or a governor from that region came to Kakamega and started telling them the very things you're saying regarding their county, do you know it is actually insulting and it's also demeaning for somebody to be talking about as though you don't exist, as though you don't have leaders?
I would rather insult that governor, that MP, and salvage the people.
Mheshimiwa, is former DP Rigathi Gachagua, is he in charge of the mountain? Has he taken control of the mountain?
The mountain moved. William Ruto is no longer in charge of the mountain. Rigathi Gachagua has taken grip of the mountain, and it is through his mobilization skills. It is through his charismatic leadership that he has, and he's not only a mountain leader. I want this perception. I want to clarify this perception. Rigathi Gachagua is not only a mountain leader.
Yes,
he has a party called DCP, which is a national party.
All right.
And therefore, he speaks for Kenya.
All right.
He has raised several issues about this country. Now, he has sparked conversation about accountability of funds in Northeastern. He spoke about security in our country. He spoke about a variety of things that affect Kenyans.
All right.
He fights for overtaxation, and therefore he should not be looked as
the kingpin of the mountain.
No.
Aya. Swali la pili, we are also seeing certain people decamping from DCP. Why is that?
Who has decamp from DCP?
So no one has left DCP.
All those people purporting to decamp from DCP are UDA elected members of parliament. So how can a UDA elected member of parliament decamp from DCP to go to UDA?
Okay.
It doesn't make sense.
So should
Wamuchomba is a UDA.
She has withdrawn then support.
Which support?
So she never supported?
Wamuchomba was a mole. She was sent to get intelligence for William Ruto. But when we realized that she's a mole, we blocked her from all our meetings. We denied her information. She became agitated. She went to Jubilee.
Okay.
From Jubilee, she was mishandled there because we had already sent a signal. She came from Jubilee. She cohabited with Wakina Sifuna hapo kidogo. Now she's back to her original husband. How can a leader be in 4 political parties in 1 month?
Okay.
Even if it was a relationship, surely. How do you have 4 boyfriends in 1 month? Political integrity. And therefore I want to say that nobody is leaving nobody's leaving DCP right now. DCP is still intact. In the just concluded by-election, we won 3 seats, not in the mountain. We won in Kakamega. We won a seat. DCP won a seat. And we competed against UDA and ODM in Kakamega, and we won. DCP won a seat in Narok, Masai Land.
Yes, you did.
DCP won a seat
in Kariobangi.
And Kariobangi is symbolically a cosmopolitan, a reflection of Kenya. So that simply means DCP is a national party.
All right. Someone is asking, who is the king now in Western region? Is it Natembeya?
To me, these issues of kings and queens and whatever, to me is an issue. We need to start looking at a country as a whole.
Yeah.
Segmenting this country into small segments of who is the king of Kuria, who is the king of Taita.
All right.
So we'll have 43 kings in this country.
Yes.
And therefore I would want leaders to stop this myopic thinking of being a king of a tribe.
Yeah.
So that question to me is irrelevant. Kings should be thinking about, we should be arguing about who has got the best idea to change this country, not who is the king of what. Lawyers had a king called Nabongo Mumia.
No,
that's the only.
Wanga had a king.
Yes,
Nabongo Mumia.
Wanga's had a king called Nabongo Mumia.
Yes.
Now you want to take us back to those small cocoons, tribal cocoons. To me, I do not prescribe to that kind of thinking on who becomes a king, on who is not. There's no county called Luya. Money, there's no count, there's no constituency called Luya. So if you become a kingpin, who will you be representing, and where will you be presenting those people?
Mheshimiwa, the thing that disturbs me most, even as we have this conversation, I never hear any of you political leaders fronting the needs of the citizens of the country. It is always the politics between yourselves. The citizen is lost. You got into politics at a young age, and you are a man who made sense with the things you said. You made sense. You still make sense. How is it that you've moved away from the politics of people and focusing what people need directly? What happened?
But City, that's what we are advocating for right now. When we advocate for,
exactly?
Just a moment. When we advocate for accountability of public funds, what am I doing? We are putting the government of the day on check. We are helping you. When we say that, come on, this affordable housing program is a scam.
Is it?
It is a scam. Let me tell you one thing.
There are houses or are there no houses?
There are houses. But let me ask you.
So where's the scam?
So since when did a 2-bedroom house worth a 2-bedroom house in Nairobi being sold at 3.4 million shillings affordable? Is 3.4 million shillings affordable? Is it affordable?
By and large, yes, it is.
No, it is not.
To those payslip holders you're speaking of, what you're asking me.
You know, City. One thing you need to understand is that what was the motive?
The motive was to have housing. From what was stated, when you were Secretary General,
yes,
you are building houses for those who are economically disadvantaged.
Yes.
3.2 million is outside the reach of even pay slip holders.
Yes.
Yes.
So it's not affordable.
So mlikuwa mnajenga nini?
That's what I'm saying. We are now putting the government on check. That, come on, this program does not in any way benefit the intended target group. And that's why we are saying we are issue-based.
Okay.
We are issue-based. When we say that capitation money should be sent to schools
yes,
on time,
yes,
as we speak right now, capitation money for last year
yes,
was not sent in full.
Yes.
You saw the president.
It's not just last year, even the year before.
Yeah.
It was not sent
You saw the president giving some presidential directives that students should go to school with or without school fees, with or without uniforms. You know,
Mheshimiwa, this capitation, even in the Uhuru era,
yeah,
they never sent all of it.
Yes,
but 2022, when you already had a problem and a deficit.
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
And this is what I'm saying is, we tried experimenting these ideas in the university. You see now, all universities have collapsed. The same Ruto is making populist statements that watu waende shuleni. Ukituma mtoto aende shuleni, atalala kwa blanketi ya nani? Bila pesa. Atalala kwa kitanda ya nani?
Bila pesa.
So, he should address the real issue. Why are parents not paying school fees? The reason is simple. Their pay slips have been overburdened. They are being overtaxed. And therefore, if you address that taxation thing, you will ease you will ease the burden for the parent. The parent will have disposable income to pay school fees for them. And as we speak right now, City, even you are struggling to pay your school fees.
Yes, I'm struggling.
Even me, I'm struggling to pay my school fees. Nowadays, an average Kenyan cannot pay school fees. And then you want to tell us that this is the Singapore we want?
Mheshimiwa, are you running for gubernatorial seat, Kakamega County?
I'm running for governor, Kakamega County. I gave it a try last time. I lost by around between 29,000 votes. That is around 17 votes per polling station. Huh?
Yeah.
I tried, and my failure was attributed to supporting William Ruto. This time round, I have made that correction.
Yes.
I am not going to support him because he was a baggage on me. He was a baggage on me because, I was trying to sell pork in Saudi Arabia, trying to push. And
now you know better.
Now I know better.
Yeah.
I will come with less baggage. I will sell my ideologies, my agenda to the people of Kakamega. I will concentrate on ensuring that our ECDs, the foundation of education, is well rooted in all corners of the county. I want to ensure that our polytechnics, we must give our young people skills so that even if you are not able to go to university,
yes,
there is still hope in life. So I'll be equipping all our polytechnics with equipment. I'll be partnering with institutions outside this country to equip our polytechnics so that our youth can be skilled. I'll also be concentrating on healthcare. We have had an issue with healthcare. Most of the county governments are not implementing the FIF, the Facility Improvement Fund. They take hospitals as a source of revenue. That is bad. I would want to institutionalize our health, our institution, our health facilities in the sense that if they get money, that money goes back to improve that facility. I'm going to ensure that the FIF Act is implemented to the latter. And so many other things in terms of sports, talent building and development. We're going to ensure that we open up space for talent development, giving our young people platform and even exporting them, packaging them. We've seen players being exported to other countries and earning a lot of money simply because there is somebody who has packaged them.
Right.
We are very good players in this country, but they have not been packaged
professionally
to be sold outside. So as a county, I'll be ensuring that I package the talent that I host in my county and market it outside the county and even outside the country, and so many other things that I would want to implement. I want to ask the people of Kakamega to consider giving me a chance to serve them as their governor 2027.
Echoes of War, are we seeing a part 2?
No. Of course, definitely at some point I will be able to showcase the Echoes of War that was banned last time. But I'm doing a play.
With Butere Girls still?
No. Since they say that my plays are too political for the young minds, I've decided this time round to do a play with adults, which will be showcased in a commercial theater. And that play is titled, Who Killed Amolo?
Is it the same Amolo we know?
It's a name.
It's a name.
And it's fiction.
Who Killed Amolo? I want to remind Kenyans that in 1969, when Tom Mboya was assassinated, the same people who killed Tom Mboya gave the widow a job to be the United Nations representative in 1969.
The Kenyans representative to the
UNEP. The Kenyans representative to the UNEP. Tom Mboya's widow. So who killed Amolo?
You are drawing parallels that are incendiary. But nonetheless.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa, for your time. And we wish you all the best as far as your gubernatorial bid is concerned.
And as far as making Ruto a one-term president, it should be.
We will leave that job to you.
You are the one who is a party leader. Us, we are mere talk show hosts.
As we're a conduit for that conversation.
Yes.
But asante tena sana.
Asante sana. And congratulations, you've set up a very good radio station.
Yes.
And I want to say that this is the way to go. I'm pleased. I've never been here before. I've been listening to the content. I like your discussion. And City, I don't know where your proverbs went to, man. I know I was expecting you to.
Oh, they're still there.
Where are they?
They're still there. Today he gave us one from Malawi.
Yeah.
City, the one from Malawi.
Yeah.
Why don't I since wajua ameitisha sio?
Ameitisha. Mpatie ndiye asiseme kwani hizi proverbs zilienda wapi?
The person in law of lightning is not afraid of thunder.
The person
in law
of lightning,
yes, is not afraid of thunder. We translated it into Paul, tell them how in Kiswahili tulisemaje?
Tulisema semeji wa lightning ananga sida na thunder.
Yes, because the worst has already happened. Lightning is, yeah, and therefore he is comfortable. So,
all right, this is where we come to a stop as far as our morning conversation is concerned. We had to overrun by a couple of minutes because we thought that Mheshimiwa had a couple of things to say, and indeed he has said them. But kama kawaida, tomorrow is another day to do the same thing. Until that time, it's been real.